Wait for it. Wait for it. Hello, YouTube. How are you? Welcome. Prepare yourself for some high quality game development, as they say. Once I fix everything, get it all situated, get it all set up. That's step one. Now we have to wait for Twitch and Kick, I guess, to crank on. There we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to today. That is Friday, and that's all I really had for an intro. I didn't quite think through my intro very well. So let's get to game development, shall we? Sammy, congratulations on first. I think you misspelled Chewbacca there, Santas. All right, let's see. So where we left off was let's see here. Secret, congratulations on second. Where did we leave off? Oh, we left off on doing the UI. So what we were trying to do here is we're trying to add a little jiggle, a little wiggle to our movement, to our UI. That way it just feels more alive. UI jiggle plus wiggle. Yeah, that's what we need to do. A little jiggle and a little wiggle. There we go. So to set this up, the intention here is that these guys that are in a viewport, which would be in the map itself, these guys will bounce and jiggle depending on how the player moves. Hey, Kavino, tomorrow is Valentine's. Make sure to bring your Valentine on stream for an epic surprise. Sanders, who says I have a Valentine? Who says that? Where are you getting this random information from? Third girl already? What do you? Whoa, let's pump the brakes here, Sanders. Pump the brakes. Yeah, for Singles Awareness Day. Pump the brakes. Third, that's crazy. Listen, I may be a game developer, but I ain't no player. That was a pretty fire bar. I should work that into something. That's a pretty fire bar right there. Ooh. Man, oh man. All right, so what I need to do is how do we make these jiggle? I guess that's the question. How do we make them jiggle? Santa's epic gamer. The gamer in Apic. Yeah, Santa's, let's I don't think spelling is your strong suit. Let's work off your strong suits. Yeah. So how am I going to get the movement of the player? Because the big problem is this scoreboard is just shown on everyone. So we almost need it to, What is Santa's strong suit? Oh, my mic's cutting out. Oh, sorry about that. There was like a weird computer glitch. You know, Wi-Fi particles, vector math. You know, great get shader materials and stuff like that. Anyways, yeah, that's probably what it would be. All right, so how am I gonna get this jiggle? I think we're gonna have to start off with some thinking here, because so what's going on is the scoreboard is in the map. That's where it is. It's in the map. So we then need to tell the scoreboard, hey, you need to move based off of the player we assign you. Yeah. Now, how do we do that though, is the question. Let me just double check to make sure it is still actually working. It should still work just fine. Oh, wow. I'm a little rusty in this game. A little rusty. There we go. Because now we changed it so you can, like, if you whip your mouse in like a circle, you'll actually like rotate with it, which is pretty sick. Hey, Kivino, heard you were trying to make games. I am currently trying to make games. That is correct. That is very correct. Boom. And we're succeeding at making them. They're not good, or they haven't been great, but they're, whoa, I forgot about that. Hey, your mom was so cool that she, as a child, you should focus on work. You're right. That's what we need to do. So what we want to happen is we want this, we want these like little things up top, little scoreboard pieces, these guys, to jiggle as I move up and down. That's the big thing we need. How do we get that though? It needs to get the velocity of the player, but how do we tell it which player to get? Maybe we don't worry about that right now. We just have it get a player, don't synchronize it, and see what happens. Maybe that's the play. Because the problem that we're running into is this. We have the host and we have the client. Host, client. And each one has two instances currently. It has one for the client and one for the host. One for the host, one for the client. Or we should just call them clients 1, 2, and 3. Or 1 and 2. 1 and 2. So the host is just synchronizing. Oh, let's use a different color because red on red does not work. It's just synchronizing these guys to the client. In theory. But what's actually happening is because we have a because the client is its own authority, what's actually happening is the client is asking the host permission to move, and then that synchronizes. Actually, I don't even think it's asking permission. I think it's just doing it. It's just moving, and then it synchronizes. I think so. It's a secret. Yes, it is. I think that's the play. Not 100% sure here, though. Not 100%. Boy. Yes, it's a secret boy. Not girl, boy. All right, so let's see here. Let's just jump into the code. Space map. Scoreboard, and I think I could do it on the scoreboard scene, but maybe the UI might be better because the UI already has a reference to the map, and then we can get the reference to the players as well. Scoreboard again? What do you mean again? Katie, congratulations on 3rd. If I get the players, then what I could do is say, get their velocities. But again, how do we determine who gets what? That's the tough part. How do we make sure? Because I know how to do this in single player. In single player, it's just get the player, get their velocity, and then do some kind of mathematics to make it bounce up and down or side to side. Maybe we do it on the scoreboard here because we have the batteries. Yeah, we have the 2 batteries. We have the fill for them. And I made a rhyme about my time with Linux. They say it's freedom when the pain is self-assigned. You're not fighting bugs, you're sharpening your mind. But I just wanted Steam, a driver, and some peace. Not a thesis on why my mouse input ceased. I think the timing on it just didn't hit. The timing on it didn't hit. Maybe I read it wrong. Maybe the punctuation was wrong, but the timing, I felt the timing didn't hit. It felt more like a haiku. All right, let's try this. Let's do a, nah, it was a skill issue on our part. I see. I made a rhyme about my time with Linux. They say it's freedom when the pain, wait. Yeah, self-assigned needs to rhyme more. Howdy, Cinesperry, how you doing? On your part. I don't know if it's my part. I made a rhyme about the time with Linux. About my time with Linux. They say it's freedom when the pain is self-assigned. You're not fighting bugs. You're sharpening your mind. Yeah, no, that's... No. I don't think that's a skill issue on my part. I think it's the lyrics. Lyrics are a little iffy. Not that spiffy. They'd be quite jiffy if you could something that rhymes with iffy and spiffy. Yep, you're welcome. Function physics process. And this is where we're gonna handle the, let's do func handle battery bounce. Yeah, beefy. I don't know if beefy works. As a person who has multiple decades of multiplayer networking experience in Godot, can you tell me what are you using for peer-to-peer? Are you saying I have multiple decades of multiplayer networking? Or are you saying you do? Because I don't. No. I have multiple months. I have like two and a half months. A little bit less than 2.5 months of multiplayer experience, actually. But we're using, so what we're doing is we're using a mixture of Godot's high-level multiplayer API. So those are the things like the all of their RPC functions, their multiplayer synchronizer, and their multiplayer spawner. These are the main 3 parts that we're using here. And then additionally, to hook it up with Steam, we're using Godot Steam. Oh, you can't really see it 'cause it's written weird, but we're using Godot Steam just to hook up creating the lobby and all of that. Every stream tell you have multiplayer in it. Yes, for the past like 35 days or so, I have indeed. It's that little buzzword, you know. It's the thing it's part of the click. I got no sugar daddy for Steam. You don't need a sugar daddy for Steam. Nah, you don't need a sugar daddy. It's time for my favorite streamer. What up, Tivo? How you doing? So we got to figure out, but yeah, sorry. To answer your question, that's what we're using for peer-to-peer. Specifically, we are using Bear Like Lions tutorial from Cooties. And what he did was he made this project to showcase multiplayer, and then dropped all of it on GitHub, so you can just take the project, and he has it all commented up beautifully, so you can just bada bing, bada boom. Check it out. Yeah. When are we doing a stream together? Stream, Kavino. Ooh, Tebow. Know what? I actually have an idea that I need to run by you. Let me, do I have you on Discord? I do. Reminder. Message Tebow about stream together stream. I have an idea. I actually have been thinking of this idea for a little while. Yeah. Oh, you know Bear Like Lion? Of course I do. Of course I do. Longtime viewer of the stream, streamer himself, making made surfs up and still adding to it and all that. Yeah, absolutely. Very clean code though. Very clean code here. Super easy to follow. Can't afford to publish my networking test on Steam, so I'm trying to wrap my head around Epic Online Services. To do a test in Asperry, what I'm doing, which is, I will say this is a bit of a gray area, but I'm using app ID 480, so Space War, to test the actual Steam integration. Because I don't have the Steam page open yet, because I don't have the proper bank account stuff yet. So that's what I've been using to practice it and just try it out on Steam. I've tried it with a couple people. I don't want to do it as a open playtest though, just because it is kind of a gray area. So that's what I'm doing personally. And then of course, like just running it eNet locally is, you just do that. But there is definitely a difference between running it on Steam and running it on eNet. Very, very big difference for sure. Okay, so handle the battery bounce. What we need to do here is, that was a very delayed pain reaction. I like slammed my knuckle against the edge of my desk. Didn't feel it for like a solid 3 seconds or so. Anyways, handle battery bounce. So what we need to do is first get the proper player. You don't need a Steam page to test it out? No, pinged reaction time. Brain in another country, yeah. Absolutely. So no, you don't. That's where the gray area comes into play, is app ID 480 is used for testing. And they say it's used for testing. So it's like, it's just a gray area if you don't have an actual Steam page. It's a gray area. Yeah. But yeah, you don't need the page because you just use their app ID to connect. Okay, so handle battery bounce. Let's get maybe I just get the first player and then run that. Well, I just need 2 people to test out simultaneously. Yes, you do need 2 people. Or alternatively, you have 2 different Steam accounts on 2 different computers. That's another way that I've seen people go around doing it. What up, Nourish? How you doing? Happy Friday to you as well. Let's see here. How do I get... So I want to get a player. But I also... Let's just worry about getting 1 player first. Players... node as a node equals players. Let's try that. And then what I'll do in the battery bounce. Ooh, wait. I'll do this in the ready. So I'll do like var player as a player. And then I'll say in the ready, we'll go player equals players node get children dot or this. That would get the first one. Maybe get child. And then I just do 0 for now, just so we get the first one. I wasn't aware that folks were piggybacking off of Space Wars app ID. Pretty obvious if you do. Steam will show that you're playing the game. Yes, absolutely. What's behind you? Is it a chair? This is a chair, indeed. Oh, Ouija one. Thank you for the take a hike. Yes, that's what I wanted. Yes. I will say, save your points. You never know. I know crack games use that to enable online play. Yeah, like there is like Steam does try to my knowledge, fight it a bit. But again, if you're using it for testing, that's kind of where my thought process is. It's like, we're using it for testing. We don't have any ill will there. So I think it makes sense because we're using it in good faith. And so I like to think that Steam's a good faith company is. Yeah, it is in fact intended for testing. Yes. Ugh. Another thing that also like allows me to think through it is with our trajectory, we're going to be making Steam a lot of money as well. So I think that's going to be another big one. Tricky, welcome in. It's on. There we go. The only downside is you'll have your Steam friends messaging you, asking you what Space Wars is and why you're playing it so much. Yeah, that as well. Nourish with a 5-stream streak. We like our streakers. And Tricky with the gifted sub to Cinesperry. Thank you so much. Holy moly, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful icon there. Man, oh man. It's a pretty bad look for your game if you release a game and use that app ID as well. So I don't think it's very common at all. Well, no. You don't release your game using Space War. You don't release using it. Like, no. Once you make your Steam page, you'll have your own app ID to use instead. Yeah, that was indeed very beautiful. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we need to do, for battery in Happy Valentine's, City. I give you Kavina without ads. Whew. That's probably the best gift you can get anyone. That's the best gift you can get anyone. If you sell your game on a different platform and use 480, you'll literally get a lifetime ban with the instant Valve finds it out. I think yes, and I think that's also very fair too. I think that's very fair. Yeah. Yeah. Also, why we're not using 480 as a testing ground publicly either. It's just running. I just run the play tests with some gamers every now and then, kind of deal. So for battery and batteries, battery dot. Let's do a. So we're gonna have to split the. What if I just do like global position? It's either, so the way I'm thinking about this is I could split the global position into X, Y, Z and use velocity, or actually just X and Y, or X and Z. Because I don't, no, wait, not Z, X and Y, because I don't want Z. I just want X and Y, so it goes sideways and up and down. Yeah. 6 people launching the same game. However, they probably track that. One weekend isn't even a blip on the radar, probably. Yeah, it's not. It's probably not. Probably not. But I'm also so close to being able to get the Steam page out. The first bank I tried, that's a no-go, unfortunately. No, I didn't like their terms. So now I gotta look into another bank. Then I have to go figure out how I'm gonna get a card to get there, and then go through that process. That should only take less than a day, and then we'll be off to the races. Off to the races. Got an LLC set up? We do indeed. Freedom Forge Studios is an LLC. It is indeed. Yeah, as soon as you get an app ID, you should start giving out playtest keys for that instead, though. Yes, 100%. 100%. Yeah. There's no public transport. There is public transport, but the US is so big that people live in like towns and stuff, or suburbs or other things. So you have the big cities that have all the public transport, and then you have like an hour away, 2 hours away, all these other places. Yeah. What stage did you register? We registered in Texas. So we're a Texas entity. Yeah. Oh, towns, never heard of them. Villages. Mini areas, I don't know. Yeah. The whole of Ukraine is a town. Interesting. So now, for the global position. I want to take the battery's global position. I think I'm going to split it into X and Y. And then clamp it. I think so. And I'm going to lerp it too. So I'm going to do global position dot Y plus equals lerp, not len, lerp battery dot global position dot Y to player dot velocity dot Y. We'll do 1.5 for now. And then I need to also do a battery dot global position dot Y equals clamp float from -1. Oh, whoops. Clamp float battery dot global position dot Y from, let's try -10 and 10. Try that out first. Yeah. Let's try that first. So let's just do this, run this, see what happens. Then I need to put a ready in here. Var node ready bool equals false. Set value. Ooh. Set value. And then value, or holy moly, node ready equals value. And then I can say await ready if not node ready equals true. And then if node ready, I guess I don't need that part there. I need the physics process. Then I say if node ready handle. I should do times delta, but I just want to see it going up and down first. Yeah. Where are you walking right now? Any particular destination? Nope. Trying to outrun his demons, but he never will. You're right. I've learned, thankfully, from a young age that you can't outrun your demons. Instead, you gotta turn around, you gotta fight them. Just one-on-one, just you just gotta fight them. Yeah. He's not even trying. I wouldn't call it a run. Okay, Kavino, here's a tricky question for you. How many light bulbs does it take to change an engineer? I think it depends on the light bulb, what kind of light bulb it is, where the light bulb is located. There's a lot of different parts that play into whether how many light bulbs it actually takes. Because if it's like a small, tiny one, and it depends on the engineer themselves, how ambitious they are. So if it's like a tiny one, like one of those really easy, like you just screw it in kind of thing, and it's like at a comfortable location, then it could be a lot. Or it could just be like one of those mega light bulbs, and then you have to like get a crane, and you have to like figure that out, and you go, and it's crazy. So that would be my answer. Yep. Chat, would you take $1 billion for the rest of time? There is an invincible Kavino who never sleeps walking towards you. If he catches you, then you die. The most painful death imaginable. Sounds horrifying. Fair answer? I'm happy I asked you. Glad you liked the answer. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Interesting. I wonder if the ready never went off. Because it should be going up and down. But it is not. Yeah, ain't jiggle jiggle. Print. Handle. Fired. Let's try that out. Yeah. Whatever amount you have the budget for. Oh, that's another smart answer. That's a pretty good one. I just think engineers don't really care about the budget as much because you leave that to the business people and you just get the thing working. That's where my brain's going. Get the thing working. But then it's like how many times you have to do it, what are there, and there's just a lot. There's a lot. Need spreadsheets and stuff. Okay, the handle is not going off, which means the ready is not going off. Okay. So that means on what I'll do here is I'll just do no need for the setter. And I can just say node ready equals true. And let's try that. Can you like out travel him? He's only walking, so I figured it would take some time to get to Belgium. That's true. You could probably, like, if it's that whole snail question of like, would you take whatever, but there's always a snail trying to kill you, and if it catches up to you, you die kind of deal. I feel like you just keep traveling and you win. Ooh. Oh. Velocity and base object of type null instance. What? UI battery. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, velocity in null instance. That means player is null. Huh. Fair answer is, would be to ask if the bike shed was already included. Bike shed? Unless he can walk on water. He walks under the water. Actually, I'm a certified scuba diver. I'm licensed, so I could always scuba dive. On a serious note, are you considering going to Gamescom 2026? I don't know what that is. And I don't know where it is. What is it and where is it? Yeah, but then I moved to Australia. Germany, Cologne. More than likely not. More than likely not. Like a trade show for game devs. That would be really cool to go to, but more than likely not, because that's gonna be, what, another $2,000 or something? Since E3 died, biggest in the world. What does node ready mean? It means that the node is ready. So it just prevents the physics process from firing. What up, Munglo? But that's not doing anything in the first place. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't there is node ready? Is there? Is there? If is node. Oh, there is. What does this do? Turns true if the node is ready. Yeah. What do you know? What do you know? Also request ready. I tried to watch Munglo, and the moment I tuned in, he ended stream. Ooh, what is your opinion on that? Listen, Munglo is a... Munglo can be a bully sometimes. Munglo can be a bully, but you know, the other thing is, Munglo does what Munglo is. Munglo is what Munglo does. That's how you say it. Yep. Yep. I was a bit too late. Boom. I wished him a nice Friday. Oof. Ooh, see, that's the mistake. That's the mistake. Boom, boom. Maybe it's gonna jiggle? No, because we can't get the player, because what's happening is the player spawner isn't... Because this fires before the player spawner. There is no nice Fridays. I think the best Fridays is when... Actually, I don't know where I was going with that. I like Friday. I like every day. I think every day is good. Lurk for dog. Sounds good. Appreciate the lurk. So the player's node isn't... Or the player's node isn't there yet. Is node ready? What up, Sir Drippy? But then it won't... Maybe we do this. And we say player's node dot request ready. Request ready to be called, it's called again. Is node ready? That's just gonna return a bool. Yeah. That's just gonna return a bool. And that's just gonna give us the exact same problem. So instead what we need to do is player node dot ready dot connect, and then we connect the good old-fashioned lambda. Sure. What is the problem you're trying to solve right now? So I'm just trying to figure out how to get it, or how to get the scoreboard to bounce with the player's movement. Because we want a small lerp on all the items so that like when the player jumps, the scoreboard will kind of go up and it'll like lerp to that direction and all that kind of stuff. Same thing here, velocity on base object type nil, player is still nil. Let's try get 1. Oh, but that's player's node is ready. Player's node's going to be ready, but the spawner needs to spawn. That's the problem. The spawner hasn't spawned yet. The node's ready, but the spawner hasn't spawned. Sorry, but stopped and smoking again. Just telling myself I don't think about it. Don't think about it. It works. Maybe. This is really simple. Is it? I might be overthinking it then. I need... Because what I'm throwing away the thought of multiplayer right now for getting this to work. Errors in the batteries? No, the error is in getting the player node. That's the error. Don't make things look and wait and do 100 steps. So you almost think in the spawner maybe is where we get the scoreboard and we set ourselves to that spawner. That could work. After I die, I would make it so my money goes to the most random people, like primary school bully, high school teacher of a subject I was really bad at, who hated me, boyfriend I had when I was a teen and broke my heart, tech support person who was really rude to me, get them all confused. Interesting. Make a player scene, set the player on the HUD. Okay. But then the problem is the HUD itself isn't on the individual players. The HUD, focus on work, you're right. The HUD is on the game. That's the big problem. Why is my dog barking so much? That is so annoying. Crazy. He's still going. That's not a problem. Okay. Oh my god, this dog. Give me 1 sec. This is... I cannot concentrate with this. I have returned. He's hearing stuff? No! My dog was going crazy. Like, just barking like mad crazy because there was someone walking their dog outside. Could not concentrate. It was like echoing. Anywho, so let's see here. Can't concentrate on the fake walking. Not fake walking. Is there a signal you can reuse? Game is up and running. No, I'll be your dog. Nah, that's okay, Tricky. I have a real dog, and I like that dog more than a person. Yeah, no, thank you. Let's see. No, don't word it like that. Nope, a dog is a man's best friend. It's one line of code. So what I should do, if is multiplayer authority, I need to go to the map because that's where it's in. So I need to get the map, go into, oh God, I have to go map, scoreboard scene, and then set the player. Yeah. Yeah. No, you don't? Oh? Think about it for 1 second. So player spawns in, and they need to say, Player spawns in, and they need to do. Pick one. Autoload HUD, global HUD, HUD current. Oh, I see. Set it up the same way we set up the other one, the pause menu UI. I see. So what I actually should do then is, to keep things kind of clean, if I go into the globals and I go into the pause menu scene here, maybe what I should do, nah, that wouldn't make sense. I was thinking maybe I switch this and turn this into a global UI instead of a pause menu and do it that way. That way I just don't have to have as many globals. I don't know if that makes sense though, because I need to put this on a sub viewport container. So maybe the best way to go about this would be the static then. Make it a static variable. Yeah. I think that would probably be our best bet then. Okay. So what I'll do is, let's put it up here. Static var current as scoreboard scene. And then what I'll do is func enter tree current self, like that. And then in the player, if they are the authority, I'm gonna say scoreboard scene dot current dot player equals self, like that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, velocity on base object type nil. Okay, it does move though. The clamp isn't working. We know it doesn't work on the other one because it's because the way the instances work. Yeah. Interesting how much that goes, but that's working. We just need to tweak the numbers a bunch. Okay. So, yeah, because I don't want the exact player velocity Y. That's just going to be the direction that it moves in. Yeah. Also change that statement to say if player. Oh, in the physics process, yeah. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. All right. Sometimes I need to decide something. I ask myself, what would Cavino do? Then I realize not karaoke is the answer. Still doesn't help me, but it narrows down the options. You're welcome. Fix 21, yes. This is the issue. So we need to figure out, the velocity is just telling us the, oh, you don't do plus equals, you just do equals lerp. But yeah, and then the clamp, I'm gonna clamp it like this, see what happens. Yeah, because I think the 10s was too much. But then we also need to make sure that it stays here, which is 1.6 on the Y. So 1.6 needs to be the center point then. Actually, I think we're getting these UI batteries though, like the mesh instances, and these are the things we're moving. So it is at 0, 0. That works. If I go 1, 1. Yeah. Let's go back to here. Make sure that the batteries is the UI battery. Good. So we're moving the mesh, which is at 0, 0. Okay. Maybe I do a times delta as well. Let's see what this looks like first. Let me lock in, get rid of this treadmill. Host, join, private, boom. Okay. Ready, start. Okay. Interesting. It's currently at the center of our screen. It does shoot up a lot, but I can lerp that more. Why is it at the center of the screen now? Looks like a windshield wiper. Yeah, I don't like that it's at the center of the screen though. Let's see. Oh, because we're lerping the global position to the velocity. That's why. So it needs to actually be the global position dot y plus the velocity. So then it stays up there. This is where I should probably be putting the scoreboard on our test scene as well. Oh no, it doesn't like that. Interesting. Huh. When I add it, that doesn't work. Very interesting. I think I do want to times this by delta though. What is the desired effect? A shake or something? Yeah, like a slight jiggle. The desired effect would be for these guys when you jump, they'll jiggle like with your velocity. When I turn, they'll also kind of jiggle that way. That's the intention there. So it kind of looks like they're floating. How do I explain this better? Yeah, define jiggle. They're using the network value for that? No. Or you struggle with the jiggle? No, so jiggle might not be the right word. I'm trying to get it so if the player jumps, then these guys will lerp with the player's velocity, but like slower and clamped. So these guys would move up to like here when the player is up in the air. When the player lands, then they'll fall down and they'll kind of like bounce a little bit and then come back to the center. Yeah, lag a little bit behind, exactly. Yeah. But then always try to revert back to the center point, I think is the big one. They try to revert back to the center point, but they bounce on that point and go side to side on that point. I think that's the optimal thing. You want to lerp to an offset. Yeah. Lerp their offset. I think that would make sense. So instead of lerping their position directly, I instead need to we're just worried about up and down right now. So I need to take the global position Y and add the offset to it. So maybe I do like, oh, wait. Oh, wait. So instead of doing this, I do an offset. Don't do the global position first. Yeah, focus on work, you're right. If you want them to move around from where they are. So what I need to do is actually lerp the offset and then add that offset to our global position. Yeah, they're at 0, 0, 0 now, right. So the offset's the one that needs to lerp, and we add that to the 0, 0, 0. I'm trying to make an example if that's okay. You can if you want. We're probably gonna figure it out in time though, I think. Use position, not global. So use regular position, but I think I still need the offset. Var, I prefer LARP to lerp. I prefer lerp. Var offset equals, actually I just do that first. And then offset equals lerp offset to battery dot, not battery, to player dot global, not global, velocity dot y, like that. And then I add the battery position dot y plus equals offset. Your player has an input direction, right? Yes, it does. Oh, so you're saying I could take the input direction instead of just doing I could just do lerp the battery position y to battery dot position dot y plus offset. do 3 so it jiggles more. You just start with the simplest thing instead of doing 70 lerps. So that's what I'm trying to do, is start simple. And my thought here is just doing X, or sorry, just doing Y. If you set battery position to player input.x, would that work? I don't know if that would work. Work your way into this, into some complicated formula. Okay, so let's do battery.position.y equals player.input controller dot jump. But that's a Boolean. So it has to be the player's velocity though. Because the way that the players get their inputs is through our input controller, which is here. That just handles a bunch of Booleans. What space is this node in? What do you mean by that? Yes, and use velocity.y if that's the thing you want to move it with. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Equals player.velocity.y. So that's the simplest version of it, is this. Which is what I'm doing here with the lerps. That's going to be pretty big. So do times 0.1 or something. 0. Yeah, I think 0.1. No, 0.15. Howdy, Jeff. How you doing? Okay, let's just try that. See what happens. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Going pretty good. Can't complain yet. Doo-doo. I really should put this UI in the test scene. Okay. Gravity, OMG, that's a cool name. It is, isn't it? Huh. So the clamp, oh, because I'm not clamping it. Oh. That's so awkward. Don't close the screen. I closed it the moment you said don't close it. All right, this time I won't close it. Okay, that's getting better. It's a little, because it's not lerping, so it's kind of very rigid. So then I need to multiply by delta, right? Put a negative in front. Oh, to get the opposite of the velocity. Don't I want to multiply this by delta as well? Delta won't make it not snap. Yeah, that's looking good. But yeah, it does snap right now, which is really annoying. But if we can remove the snapping part, that's actually getting there. Because it needs to, like, if I jiggle left and right or I jump, it should kind of go with everything, go with the movement. So the position you want is velocity.y times 0.1. Yeah, or it's negative velocity.y times 0.015. And that's what I'm lerping to. So let's delete this. Equals lerp from, then put together, yeah. Oh, lerp float, not lerp. Battery dot position dot y to this. Didn't close the game. Impressive. Thank you, thank you. Are you lerping? I'm lurking. Appreciate the lurk, Jeff. Okay, try without the negative. Not really noticing the I can actually see it physically strains every fiber in your body not to close the game every time. Listen, it's a learning thing. Yep, it's a little learning habit. We'll be fine. Okay. Okay, Jeff with the 3-stream streak. Ball City, how you doing? My favorite nuclear streamer. You think I'm nuclear? Interesting. I guess I am the bomb. Get it? Get it? Because nuclear bomb. Send you some info. Oh, do you see my question? That is madness. Wait, what question? Oh, it worked in the end? Yeah. Oh, wait. Can you update the game in real time without stopping the instance? Yes, for a lot of things. A lot of things you can. A lot of things. It's not the spring formula, just lerping. Oh. Oops. Oops. Let me check out what Tiba did. Visit site. For a spring formula. Mass. Oh, this is getting crazy with it. Holy moly. P5 sketch is not for me. You have to play it. Play button top left. Oh. It's actually so cool. This is actually really cool. Oh, that would actually be... Yeah, because the mouse input would just be the player's velocity. So as the player's velocity come up, then it bounces like that. Too much tomato, welcome in. How are you doing? Free us. Free us. Oh no, what happened? What happened here? How are y'all doing? What were y'all working on? What were you up to? We are, we're juicing up our game right now. Where we are basically trying to take our scoreboard. I was working on forklift flower pot today. Let's go. Let's go. Too much tomato. Bam. Don't tell me that didn't work. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Go to Steam. Wait. Forklift flower. There it is. Boom. Bam. Copy. Boom. Bop. Pow. Boom. There we go. Whew. That sounds awesome though. That sounds... Oh, we're not trying to shoot you out. We're trying to shout you out. We're working on a what is going on my Twitch? Working on a multiplayer capture the flag game right now. In space with grappling mechanics. There we go. I don't know why that was so difficult to do. Uh-oh. We said to free us and you started to shoot. Maybe I misinterpreted the kind of free y'all were talking about. Awkward. Great Uncle Pixel, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. So this is what we're doing right now. Is you see this? This is our scoreboard. And what we want to do is we want to add a little jiggle to it. Similar to this, where if the white bar is our scoreboard, and then the mouse input is our player's velocity, we want it to kind of just look like it's floating there based on how the player is moving. So actually, I already have the game running because I'm a professional developer and I don't close the game because that's what professionals do. So this is what we got so far. Is you can tell it's starting to bounce a little bit, but yeah, you grapple around. Our grappling does feel a lot nicer now because I made it so the mouse input is more taking into account. So you kind of, when you're swinging around, you kind of have to like spin your mouse in like a circular motion. You can kind of woo kind of deal. It's pretty cool. But yeah, it's just capture the flag in space. And then we also, to add a little twist to it, is we have a bunch of power-ups that are kind of procedurally generated throughout the map. Things like a position, what do I call it? Scrambler. So if you look at the blue guy, boom, we just scrambled his position. There's no visual for it yet though. If you can see that giant satellite over there, that is probably our most fun ability so far, which is our, let's do cheat item oh my gosh, orbital strike. And now if you watch it, it turns, it faces the enemy. It's in the shadow right now, but yeah, it shoots a big beam and there's screen shake and all that. Howdy Nora, how you doing? And it kills the player. Pretty cool. But also I gotta fix that fog actually, because it shouldn't be in the fog. We want it to be more visual. Yeah. Did you decide on a name yet? Gravity's still the lead? Yeah, I think we're gonna go with Gravity. With 1B. 1B. We don't want to mix it with like a rabbit. No. That's what we're thinking with. I still have to open a new bank account and get the Steam page up so we can start doing Steam page stuff. That would be cool. Because the game's like 80% of the way there. 80% of the way there. About. We're just working on a little bit of the juice stuff, making it feel better, make it look better, and all that. Name it Zorb Galorb. Nora, I have a bone to pick with you, actually. I'm here, Zorb Galorbin, just looking at it. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We need to bounce these batteries, though. With you? Yes. Pardon? Yes. A major bone to pick with you. Major. Turds in space. Munglo, where'd you get this name from? That's a horrible name. No. This is like really cool game in space. I'm intrigued. Are you intrigued, Nor? I can't say it on stream why I have a bone to pick with you, but you need to, because I didn't do anything. That's the exact reason why I have the bone to pick with you. Yep. Let's see here. So, handle battery. Isn't a Zorb a giant ball that rolls down a hill? Oh, like the ones where the people play soccer with? Maybe. Battery, position, X. Was it about wanting to measure my chest? No, it was not. No. I want to make a game called Turds in Space now. Oh, dear God. There we go. I made a native spring version if you want. Native spring version. Oh, I think that would be really cool actually, is doing the spring version. Because this way it doesn't feel, something doesn't feel right about it. And I can't put my finger on exactly what. 0.15. Let's try that. Imagine best example, your player. Right. I think that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, because right now it's just Oh, it's not getting the X. Maybe I have to restart it to get the X. Oh no, it is getting it. It is getting the X. Yeah, I think the spring version might feel a little bit better. Because then it adds just a little bit more character to it. And it feels more like it's floating in space. I think so. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna close the game for this one. My promoter goes on holiday next week, so I need to work this weekend. Well, that's fun. Your promoter? What is that? Send you a message? Gotcha. Tried to combine asteroids and turds. Asteroids. Doesn't sound right. No, it doesn't really work. Wait to visit my PhD proposal? Ooh, that's exciting. That's exciting stuff. You did put my name in your PhD proposal, right? That was the deal? Let's see. I'm gonna expose my DMs with Tebow real quick. Just to show this. Yeah, I think that works a lot. And then we just change the mouse to be the player's velocity instead. Yeah, and we could probably mess with the spring a little bit so it's a little bit less, but I think that seems to be the play, the best play. For sure. Not the proposal, the manuscript. Oh, so that the manuscript's like the official document, the thesis, if you will. Oh, so No Jewel says hi to Tebow, but doesn't say hi to his good old buddy Cavino. I see how it is. I'm not hurt. I'm not. No, that's crazy. I'm not. No. All right, let's see here. So what I need to do is moin, No Jewel. Moin. So what I need to do is do this mathematics stuff. Dear God. Okay. So let spring height, that's the max height of the spring. We don't need to do any of these draws or anything, but it's taking the max height to 32. Ours needs to be like, this is basically the clamp. We don't have a mass. Spring constant, dampening, rest position. Rest position is going to be this, the center point. And these are constants. So for us, the rest position is going to be vector 3, 0. Yeah. And then the... Uh-oh. Whew. Uh-oh. Hang on. I don't know what happened there. It's like a mixture of like cough and a sneeze. Oh my lord. Okay, so we do the max height, min height. That's the clamp. Let's do a constant for the reset position or rest position, we'll call it. So we'll do const rest position as a vector 3 equals vector 3.0. Okay, check. Then what we got to do is send you the code, easier than the spring code. Oh. Let me just hit a little copy, and we'll slap it down here so we can read it. All right, let's see here. So, what happens is we have the velocity, previous position, we have our max distance, and then we go in the process. Now for this, for what we're doing, I think we want it in the physics process, if I'm not mistaken, because it's a, well, I guess it doesn't matter, does it? Probably doesn't matter. But then again, no, I think physics would make sense because we're basing it off of the player's velocity, which is a physics process thing anyways. Yeah. Okay, so we have the factor, which is our clamp, which is the length of our position from the player. Velocity is the velocity of the node you want to bounce. Yeah. Send you the project. It's easier. Oh. That zip file name. Let's see. Boom. Save as. Let's go. I heard a thing go off. Give me a moment. Oh, that's the wrong one. I almost saved it to Obsidian. Where's my... I'm trying to be clean with my desktop. And, oh, there it is. Boom. Trying to be clean with my desktop, so I have a temporary stuff folder. Temporary stuffs folder. Boom. Boom. Move that back. Focus on work. You're right, Hilden. You're right. I want to see a clip of the progress I made today in the side project that aims to really test and break it out networking. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's 5KO? Wait, what? What's 5KO? Bouncer GD. I could just open this in Godot. The Godot project? Oh, version. Version? Where is my... Boom. Camera lacking. Interpolation. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. That's a lot of enemies. When we were trying to do... I've been looking a lot into having like a crap load of enemies on a screen. Like a crap load of them. And oh my lord. There's so many different ways to go about it. I just don't understand yet. This is looking neat though. This is looking neat. What up, Oli? Ole? Used to have a temporary stuff folder. I had a folder named old stuff, and that folder named backup until I ran out of Windows file path names. Temporary, old temporary, old temporary, old temporary. This is neat though. This is neat. OMG. What's wrong, Nor? Desktop. And then we need to go to our... There we go. It's in 4.6. That's fine. I'll just open it in 4.5. I finally finished 267 AlphaFold predictions. Congratulations. Like how small the units move. Yeah. Yeah. Still, that's really good. It didn't seem that bad. Really didn't. Okay. Yep, that's just normal. Okay, so in here, we are doing the factor direction, computing the player velocity based on the previous and current position. Minus. One thing I've always wondered is why do we use, or when do we use the minusing from a previous position versus direction 2 or direction 2. Why did you delete your own message? Don't get that number up in here. Direction is normalized. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is getting the non-normalized number because normalized would go from 0 to 1. Or is it -1 to 1? I think it's 0 to 1. Yeah, that's how far you've actually gone. Okay. Let's see. And then we take the... Yeah, normalized is a length of 1. Yeah. So then adding a force to return the original position. Vel. which is our vector, times 10 times delta. Okay, I think I understand this. So what I should do here then is in handle, because we're moving. Now this is kind of the part that I should probably change. Oh no, the white stuff is coming again this weekend. What? What is Nora on about? V1 minus V2 normalized is the same as direction. Yeah. All the n times delta are just magic numbers, change basically behavior of the spring. Yeah. I did get that part. What I'm thinking of now is maybe what I should be doing is here. I should put both these batteries in a singular node instead. So then instead of trying to loop through and then move each of these individually, I just move the node that contains both of them. Because it's not like I'm trying to get them to move separately. They're kind of moving as one being anyways. So I think that would probably be a little bit better than trying to loop through and do this every time. Yeah, the only thing I'll have to change is how to get to the batteries. But even then, that's just in here. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna do a node 3D. And I'm just gonna call this batteries. Yeah. Exchanging snow for the white stuff is hilarious. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. I'm gonna put it as a child so I can reset the transforms here. Then what I'm gonna do is move it up and over. I do need to center this like so. The problem now is that it's not zeroed out. I guess that's fine. And I just changed the rest point to be this instead. Yeah, I think that would be fine. So put the batteries in, boom, boom. And now when I move this, they go up and down. Cool. Cool. Oops. There we go. I see why I went 6.55. Is that really gonna make a difference? No, I don't think so. It's fine. 1.65. So then in here, I need to type in batteries slash. There we go. Okay, so now what I need is I need the on ready for, because I'm using batteries in order to get the materials to set to change the gradient progress. Yeah. So then I do on ready var. I'm just gonna call it batteries node. And then we can just say batteries. There we go. Okay, so now in the handle battery, what I'll do is step one, I need a previous position. I need a max distance. And then the player velocity. Okay, so I'll do vel vector 3 0. There we go. Ew, Ika's here. The fun's ruined. Ika's been here. Lurking lunch sounds good. Let's see. The order of v1 slash v2 determine the direction the vector is from v1 v2 v2 to v1. Yeah. Ew, Santa's is here. The fun is ruined. Got that right, Nora. Got that right. So rude. Okay. Did that. Previous position. So I need to do a I'll probably do that in the ready. previous position. Vector 3. Howdy, Ika. Vor, what? 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 Func, ready, previous position equals player dot position. Okay, max distance. Max distance. And we'll probably just use 10 for now. So I think 100 is gonna be too much. Then I need the var factor. I can also say it in Latin. Quid pro quo. Oh, that's what you're saying. I see. Okay. So we want the factor and direction next. In the handle. So this is gonna be a vector 3. And then I need to say, instead of position, I need the battery's node dot position. Max distance, there we go. Good. Now I need to take the player velocity. So based on the positions though, not on their actual velocity. Interesting. Var player velocity vector 3. Oops. Vector 3. And we need to take the player dot global position minus previous position. Then we add the velocity. So vel plus equals player velocity times a number times delta. So vel plus equals let's do no space. Vel plus equals player velocity times a number, which we determined was probably going to be around 0.1 times delta. Then we just need delta float delta. Santa's is breaking my brain. You're both breaking my brain. Oh, it's velocity times factor times delta. Wait, no, I have that. Oh, interesting. Okay. So then I add it again. Huh. Watch predict that Sammy will be here anytime in stream. Sammy's already been here. Can't break what doesn't exist in the first place. Norway. What? What? Did you guys see that they're having another Godot-Con in Amsterdam? They just announced it, I think yesterday. What up, Yakno? How you doing? I don't know. My initial thought about them having another one is, like, the initial thought is I don't like it. I don't like it. Making illustrations for the website and goodies. Ooh, that's sick. Unless it's somewhere close, I ain't going. A bit stressed because I always fear people are not going to like it. Nonsense, Tebow. Nonsense. That's nonsense. Look at your past times working on it for like Godot cons, the past ones, and look at all the positive things that people said. That's your proof, your evidence that what you make, people are gonna like. I'm not flying to Amsterdam. I feel that, average Godot enjoyer. I went to the one in Germany. I hate to say it, but I think it's a mistake to do the one in Amsterdam. What I really think is happening is one of two things. I think it's either A, they saw the success from the other ones and they're getting a little greedy, or B, which I think is the more likely option, is that these events have pretty decent margins, so, and they desperately need more money. That's my thought there, is that's happening. But still, I don't like the idea of, like, Godot is not a big enough engine to have all of these, and especially to say it's, like, to announce it at such a last minute. Like, it's only a couple months away. I think that's a little too last minute. A little too last minute. What up, Rodrigo? Howdy. Yeah, I think it's a little too last minute. And that's what I don't like. Now, if they, you know, did it in, like, they really should be doing it a year in advance, honestly. True for the last minute thing. Yeah. Godot higher ups, please do it in Vegas. GodotCon Vegas. That would be sick. The other problem though is, like, Godot isn't that big of an engine. And you look at big engines such as Unreal Engine. Unreal has 6 per year, all over the world. That one kind of makes sense, but Godot's not that big. So now it's just like, you don't have many people. Howdy, Van. You don't have that many people. So I don't know. I think they must be, Godot is huge. No, don't get me wrong. Godot is big, but not as big as Unreal and Unity, like by a large margin. And so you're doing this thing where you're taking your community, Godot developers, and you're asking, or like you're asking, and you're doing it in a way that's a little too last minute, especially with specifically with this Amsterdam one. It's such last minute that now it kind of puts some bad will. You're losing that goodwill that you had. Because every time you make an ask, you're gonna lose goodwill with your community, your audience. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. I do. But what other ways are there for them to actually make money without stapling on a fee for using the engine and stuff like that? I don't know. What program do you use to draw on the screen? Wait, gotcha. So that's the other problem. And then position needs to be our batteries node dot position, like that. Because the hoops in my stadium are more than 5 meters and no one can dunk on that, or less. That's weird. I don't know what 5 meters is. All right, let's see what this does. What am I doing wrong here? Delta. Previous positions not declared. Is it not right here? Oh. And move toward. What is this? Delta not declared in current scope. Oh, oops, I underscored that delta. But this one should work. Vector 2, vector 3. Oh, whoops. And then previous position. There we go. There we go. Godot is evolving as well and fast. That's true. And they need, like, they do need the money to keep going. They definitely need the money. And that's why I'm kind of leaning towards, I think they just need more money. And these events are pretty decent margins for them. So it makes sense, but at the same time, you got to be very careful on that model. Very, very careful. But yeah, Yakno, The app I'm using to draw on screen is called Microsoft Zoom It. Zoom It. And it allows me to zoom in, zoom out, right on the screen, draw squares and arrows and all that kind of stuff. All right, let's see what this does. Boom, boom. Yeah. But I don't believe I will be going to Amsterdam. I don't think so. I looked at the price would be cheaper than Germany, but it's still gonna be about $1,000. And it's just like, nah. Okay, so I need to do, instead of doing this in the ready on the set, I'll do it here. And I'll just say scoreboard scene dot current dot previous position equals, oh, like that. Calculate, oops, my stadium are approximately 28 feet. That is absurd. That, why? Why? The only positive would be that I could potentially be a translator. True, true. That would be the positive. And then I'd also be able to potentially convince Camilos to come by, and then I can party with Camilos, because I didn't get to when I was in Germany, which blew. Interesting. It's not working. Huh. What about the other one? Boom. No. Let's figure that out. Let's see. Go back to the handle. That's the black hole. If we have a player, handle battery bounce. We're taking the batteries node and removing it. What am I doing wrong here? We add the player velocity. Maybe it's too little. Let's try just with the big numbers for now. Times 10. I don't think batteries node position plus the velocity. But I'm also not seeing it as worth the worth in the event. Yeah, I'm not seeing the what would be worth going to it for, because especially with this like last minute of a like a last minute of an event, the quality of talks you're gonna get, you're not gonna get very high quality talks. Like you're just not. The people don't have enough time to, the speakers don't have enough time to make a solid thing. So it'll probably just turn into, hey, this is what I'm working on. And that's not very helpful to a lot of people. I don't like those talks as much. Like, I think mentioning what you're working on is cool, but it's not helpful as compared to something like, this is how we made floating asteroids in multiplayer, and this is what you have to do it. And these are the unexpected challenges and all that we faced. I think that makes sense. But yeah, that's why I'm a little, Let me see what it does. Wait, what? Control 3 on Zoom It do? It just starts a timer. Yeah, and you can change the key bindings and stuff. There's some other things that Zoom It does as well. I wonder if I have to change the global position instead of the regular position. Or my max distance. And the rest position, instead of having a vector 3, 0, I need to have it vector 3, 0, 1.6, 0. I think that has to be the rest position as well. Because that's what it is, right? 1.65. That's the rest position. Try it again. Host private. Join. Boom. Ready. I will say though, with the GodotCon in Boston, I will indeed be going to that one, because that one's going to be easier to get to. Assuming they have another one in Boston. Oh, weird. Still not doing it. Why is this not working? Let's go to the other project. That updates the position. Missing one of my structures. Uh-oh. That's not good. Here, vector 0 is as the node is a child of another. Dampening, so it moves toward. Limit the velocity. Adding velocity to the position. Okay. Let's just do it with the max distance of 100. See what happens. I can drive to Boston in 11 hours. Hey, there you go. Have to pass through the Amish country. True. I like passing through that area though. It's kind of cool. You see all the cows all over the place, except for when they're cleaning the fields. If you've ever driven past the Amish country while they're cleaning the fields, there is no amount of air freshener that will save you. It is a horrifying event. Terrible, like, couple of miles that you just have to deal with. Do windows. That's tough. Yeah, they're not even... I don't know what they're doing right now. It's a really nice drive. Absolutely. Let's see here. Never happened to you? Consider yourself lucky. I used to drive down to Virginia area twice a year or more, and that would be a common thing, especially around the timings I would go. Yeah, not great. If player. Yeah, so this is not working. It's funny because you can make a AAA game with just ChatGPT or Gemini. No, you can't. You can't make a AAA game with it. You can make something that looks like a AAA, but that's the same thing as saying like, oh, you can make a junior dev can make a AAA game. Nah. With enough prompts you can? No, not really. It's not this, it's a perceived quality, but it's not like, you can't actually do it quite yet. Not quite yet. Because you have to think about it in the sense of a junior developer is doing this. And so what's going to happen is over time, the more complex you get, the little tiny like inefficiencies and problems that a junior developer would make start to stack exponentially. And then you're left with this big code base that's like 60,000 lines for something that could be written in half that. And it's just, things are all over the place. It's a mess. Yeah. I'm outing you with Zoom It right now. What do you mean outlining me? Yeah. GPT can save you time, but you still have to design it. Yeah, that too. Oh, nice, from Richmond. Oh, funny. I used to go there. I went to high school down in that area, and we used to face Richmond a lot in sports. Let's see. Player velocity. Position, previous position. Something's not working here. And it's gonna be something really dumb. Maybe instead of player position, I do players global. Compared to the previous. Oh, and then direction needs to be... Oh, wait, whoops. This is the wrong one, that's why. Yeah, I'm working the wrong thing. Wait. Undo that. There we go. Batteries node position normalized. We have that. We have the player's global position. Okay. Player velocity. So why would we take the previous positions when we could just take the player's velocity? How do I get my cursor back on zoom it? It's gone. Escape. Press escape. Yeah, why wouldn't I just do the player's velocity? I'm gonna try that. Player dot velocity. Maybe that will fix it. Join. Ready, start. Oh, nope. Okay. Interesting. Bro. What's up? Look at it going. We got to predict one singular sequence. Oof. Look at it go. It's just... I don't want the Z. I think that's the problem. Or part of the problem. And it's not going back to its rest location. I cry. Don't cry. Crying's for babies. Are you a baby? No. No. You are a big grown-up moderator. The North Pole Light. Ain't no time for crying like a baby. No. So I'm a little baby. No. Just strap on your big boy pants and crush it. Focus on work, you're right. Big grown-up apple. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Batteries node position normalized. Something's very wrong. I don't know what it is. I think we might have been on a better track before. We're clamping the length to our max distance divided by our max distance. So clamping the position length. Oh, wait. I'm not doing the factor right. Factor. I forgot to divide by max distance afterward. No, I didn't. Never mind. It was just hidden. Let's change max distance, maybe. Instead of 100, we'll do 10. We're probably trying to solve right now. What up, Fried? We are trying to figure out how to kind of spring bounce our scoreboard UI to move with the player's movement. So here, you can see it kind of bouncing. Oh, and now it's not moving at all. Interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, it's not moving at all now. Huh. It's also in the center of our screen, which is not where it's supposed to be. Huh. Yeah, we're basically just taking these guys that are up top, and when the player jumps, we want them to also kind of bounce up and then reset back to the position. And it's not working. Maybe if I change position to global on the battery. Opening my King James Holy Bible to pray for your code. Thank you, Yak. No, I need it desperately. Desperately. Boom. Boom. Because then once we can figure this part out, we can do it for the other item, which is our like ability usage thing over here, which would be sick. Yeah, look at that. It's not doing anything. Huh. It like starts to and then just doesn't. Why is it not moving at all now? Where do we use rest position? My Drong, welcome in. How are you? Why did I not hear that? Weird. How are you doing? What were you working on? What were you up to? What up, Draconin? We are currently setting up a UI thingy because we want our scoreboard. Be very quiet. It is quiet, so it's not just me. The whole thing's just quiet. Weird. How's the music? Got my abilities fixed and combat anims layered properly. Let's go. That's awesome. That's awesome. I heard the stream is hella grapples. We do indeed. We do indeed. So right now, just so you know, before I hit play, we're working on this scoreboard system and we want them to bounce and move with the player's movement. Just so it, like, add some life to the game. A little bit of life. But we're making a capture the flag game in space with grappling mechanics and power-ups as well. Power-ups as well. So right now it's set up as a little 1v1 type deal. Oh god. Yeah, as you can see, the scoreboard is supposed to be up top, but because we're messing with it, it's kind of not. But yeah, this is the game. You can grapple on all the asteroids, run around, pick up a power-up. That's the position scrambler. So, boop. As you saw, the other guy gets thrown out into a random position. Pretty cool. Not as cool as, wait for it, I gotta go find it. Oh, I just crashed into everything. I'm gonna cheat it in. I'll cheat it in. As my favorite ability, gonna bounce, eat something, have fun. Thank you, Tebow. Have a great one. We will figure this out. We will indeed. Cheat item, orbital strike. This is my favorite one. So there is a giant satellite somewhere on the map. There it is, right there. When I use the orbital strike, boom! It's beautiful. Little screen shake going on. Feels good. And of course it kills the enemy. But yeah, that's the but there was another power up. What's the other power up? Oh, the other power up is our what did I call it? I called it the pulsar emitter. So it just shoots out little pulses that makes the player drop the flag. Yeah, screen shake is good. Should shake everyone on the map at least a little bit. I was thinking that, but the reason I'm not shaking everyone is because on the player that uses it, like the screen shake is a little bit of like a unhelpful thing. And so I don't want the player to feel like they're hurting themselves by using this ability at the same time. That's why I'm kind of just avoiding the screen shake on the using player. Yeah. All right, let's figure this out. Fill battery. Huh. So no drawbacks for using the laser. Exactly. Exactly. As a vector 3. Previous position. Let's start printing things in here. Player velocity. Let's do batteries node position. Batteries node global. I think I just want to do regular position though. See what that does. Boom, boom. Post. Happy Friday, Laborcorn. Boom, boom. Boom. Ready, ready. Start. Let's see how this functions. Okay. It doesn't look like it's moving like at all. Negative 0.00000. It's pretty much all we're getting. So it is moving just very slightly. Weird. Weird. Let's change batteries node to just regular position instead. Yeah, we'll do that. Everything that says batteries node, we remove the global. Okay. Max distance is currently 1. Bring it back to 100. Because that's why it's probably staying so low. And now we try that. I'm also thinking I need to... Oh, vector 3, 0. We don't want to move toward. We actually want to move toward the rest position. Rest position. So then it resets. Try that out. Private, join. Ready, ready, start. Okay. Interesting. Now it's off our screen. Oh, there it is. Huh. Yeah, it's too high up on the Y. And that's probably because of this max distance. Bring that down to 10. I gotta stop closing the game. What's happening? What up, Misty? We are working on the UI, specifically the scoreboard. We're trying to add a little life to the scoreboard, make it wiggle and jiggle with the player's movements. So then it just feels more alive, feels better. Interesting. Okay. The jiggle's a little intense, but this is working. It just keeps moving now. That's terrible. We need it to slow down and not do that as much. Now, what if I just start zooming around? Okay. So it is working. It's just the jiggle's a little too intense. So we got to turn the intensity of the jiggle down. Yeah. I should be able to turn that down without closing the game. Okay. So if I go here and I say, let's remove the prints. Just because they're annoying. And then instead of direction times 100, let's do times 10. Oh. Interesting. What about on you? Oh, now it's gone. Huh. All I did was times 10 instead of 100. So bring it back to 100. Game. Okay. You know Godot has rigid bodies, right? Yes. I do know that. You reckon these would be better as rigid bodies? Let's not do times 10. Let's do 0.1. That did not help. At all. What the heck did I do? Limit the length. Let's limit it to 5 instead. No, it's like flipping out. Still flipping out. Which doesn't make sense. Bring back the prints. -1, 2, 4. Okay, so 5 is the limit we want. Let's go to 3. Goes up to 4 now on the Y. It's moving toward the rest position. 10 times delta. I still think that's too fast. Let's try like... .15 times delta. And then direction times 100 times our position with the max distance. I think max distance is 10 right now. Let's try max distance of 5. Yeah, I'm not seeing any difference there. I almost think I need to restart the game. Yeah, I think I do. Huh. Very, very weird. But like we saw it working in Tebow's example, which is the mind-boggling part. And we literally just did the exact same thing. It looks like it's getting faster. It is getting faster. Yeah, it's getting progressively faster. How is that the case if it's moving towards the rest position? We're limiting it. Let's do another. I just want to see the difference between the velocities. Let's try host, private, join, fake, ready, start. Whoa. Where is it? 0, 0. Okay, so now it's like, what? Okay, so the velocities are different. What? So if I keep that at 100, let's change max distance to 2. It didn't look as neat, but I think we were on a better trail with the lerping that we were doing well before, like an hour ago. Like, this seems like we're going in the wrong direction. Like, look. I don't get this. I can't even enter it. Why was this working so well? Oh. Yeah. Oh. See, that makes sense. Maybe we don't want this spring then. I don't know, I think this would make the most sense though. So you're like jumping around and stuff, so it's moving around, we just have to clamp it. Maybe I try max distance. Divide by max distance after we do that. After we clamp it. We're using the position of the node, which is this batteries node we made here. Unless it's the global position I'm supposed to be using, but that I don't believe it would be. We'll try global again. Global position. It's always moving toward the rest position. But that rest position, if we're using global, it's going to be sending it to the center of the map. Wouldn't it? Jeez. Okay, no, it's just freaking out. Getting faster and faster as well. I don't understand what's going on here. -9, -12, 11 for the real player's velocity. And then the other one that we're using is 0.2, 0.1. So when we take this player velocity, and we are adding it to our vel, which is a vector 3. Times 10 times delta. So doing the times 10 will make it 1.5, 2.2. We're adding the velocity. Then we're adding to that the direction, which is the negative battery's global position normalized. But originally we were supposed to only use position, not global. So we do the position. Times our factor, which is the clamp, which is the battery's node, dot position, dot length, clamping it to 0, and our max distance of 2. Then we take that velocity and we move toward our rest position times 0.15 times delta, or with a weight of 0.5 times delta. And that should keep it slow, but it's not going slow. Add another 0 there. We're limiting the length of it, so it's like a clamp. And then we add that to our battery's node position. Host, join, ready, start. Could just use a tween, right? We could. I don't think a tween would be optimal though. I think the most ideal is we do in the physics process based off of the player's velocity. Because like with the tween, like yes, we could do set an ease as well to be like a spring. But maybe running a tween would be better. Background actor, welcome in. This is very strange. What blows my mind is that it was working so well before. Like, look at this. This is exactly what we want. Obviously, we want side-to-side movement, but... I wonder if it's because we are... I wonder if I convert it back to a vector 2 and I don't include the z and I only do the x and the y for the position instead. Because we don't need the z movement. I don't think. We? Let's try it. Vector 2. Batteries. Position dot x and batteries node position dot y normalized. Time to use rigid bodies and joints. I think so. I just want to try converting this to a 2 first. Or I could just do, wait, keep it a vector 3. And then I do float. What is vel? Switch that to a 2. Player velocity plus equals vector 2 player velocity dot x player velocity dot y rest position is a vector 2 and then batteries node dot x batteries node position dot y. All right, one sec. We have ads coming up or playing right now, so I'm gonna chuck on the words, head into level 1. Lots of fun. I need to grab more water because I forgot to get water earlier, and now I am super thirsty. Boom, 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 bop. All right, and then when we return, we're gonna see if this works. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. Stay hydrated, you're right. Boop, boop. I returned. Oh my lord, Kavino's back. I missed you so much. Alright. Let's finish out these words and then we'll hop back to it. Hop back to it. Bada bing, bada boom. Close that out. Reload that. Alright. Boom, boom. Let's see. Crone. I think that's a currency, as they say. And then we can do, let's see. We already got force. Good old corn. Position dot one. I wonder if this vector 2 thing's gonna work though. All right, turn these words off. We don't need to see that leaderboard. Boom. Moment of truth. Is this going to work? Host, private, join. Please, I'm begging you. Oh God, no. No, it does not. We have no velocity, so why is my question. And it's getting faster too. Huh. I think that's shippable. Close that out. That's lovely. Yeah, no epilepsy warning whatsoever needed. Like, no problem at all. Time to get the Steam page going. We will be doing that. We will be doing that very, very soon. Once I can figure out the dang whatchamacallit, bank account stuff. So annoying. Huh. Okay, so switching into a vector 2 did not work. Even in vector 3 it didn't work. The thing that's getting me though is like, in Tebow's example it worked, but then the moment we try to use it, it just goes, nah, this doesn't work. I blame 2D. That's what I blame. I blame 2D. All right. One last try. Switch it back to a vector 3. Rest position as a vector 3. Lack the extra D. Exactly. That's the real problem. That's the real problem. You need to have the extra D. Okay. 3. I don't even need to write vector 3. I just do player velocity. And then where else do I have this? Delete that. Delete that. Vector 3, vector 3. Oh. 3. Just looking at Godot Steam integration. It's so straightforward. I'm surprised. Oh, it's like Snisberry. It is super straightforward, especially if you follow Bear Like Lion's tutorial that I linked earlier. Like, the initial setting up is very straightforward. The part where it gets really confusing is everything in between. Yeah. But it is still pretty straightforward. Especially once you get the, oh, that's why. Okay, cool. Yeah, all the parts in between of like, okay, how do we make this mechanic send to the host and then double check and all that. Spent 9 hours today looking through Epic Online Services SDK source code to understand how it works. I don't know if Epic would be more worthwhile than Steam. I think you're going to get a larger market in Steam than in Epic. But I have seen Epic being pretty solid. No documentation on Godot EOS or YouTube tutorials. EOS, end of service? What is the EOS? Epic Online Service? Epic Online Service, yeah. No, it's purely peer-to-peer. You can still publish the game on Steam. Oh, purely for peer-to-peer. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So you're basically looking at what the Godot Steam only for Epic service. So like Godot Epic or whatever. Yeah. It's like Steam multiplayer, but free. Is it free? I'd question that. It is, huh? Making a game with Godot and releasing on Steam, why use Epic? Right. That's what I would be wondering. Like, why even bother with Epic? You just have to register. Oh, I see. So if you just register with Epic, then you can use their multiplayer framework for free. Huh. How the heck are they doing that? Epic more like not so epic. No, I like Epic games. It seems pretty cool. I just don't think they can compete right now. Like, it's really hard to compete with a service that, like, the whole point of the service is to be like a localized source of everything. It's very hard to compete with that. Because people want just one thing you can log into and have all your games there. And you can go get new games and all that. Keeps it nice and easy. Not having to worry about like, oh, do I have this game on Steam or do I have it on Epic? Which one do I have it on? That kind of stuff. I mean, it also leads into the whole monopoly problem, but that's a different conversation. Use it because I didn't know any free alternatives. I don't plan on publishing the thing I'm making. Oh, you don't plan on publishing what you're making. I see. I see. Yeah, that's a tough one then. I mean, if you don't plan on publishing what you're making, then you could try, like, if you're just going for like a multiplayer thing, you could try using like, I think it's not as great, but there's like NetFox No-Ray, and they provide a testing server as well that you can have up to 2 or 4 players on. Like a total of 2 or 4. I think it's 4. It's really crappy, but it will still work, especially if you're using 2D. It'll still work for your use case. For their non-reliable. Yeah, but if you're not releasing it, then do you really care about the reliability? I don't know. If you just want it to try it out, see if it works for like a time and then never touch it again kind of deal, then I would think that would fit what you need. Direction times 100. Really don't know what the heck's going on here. I actually have no idea. I'm stumped. I hate to say it. Private. Join. Take lobby. Ready. Start. This is really worth. This is a really worthwhile 4-hour ordeal you started. I mean, I know you're being sarcastic here, but I also do kind of think it is worthwhile to get working. It's like one of those like little things that you don't think about. Do you actually want your UI to be springy and bouncy? Yeah, I think that would look cool. I think that would look really cool. But are you making something you actually want? Yeah, because the springiness, like the bounciness and springiness of what we're seeing over here, if we're just tweaking the variables, like that is basically what we're going for. Just a little bit less on the magic numbers. And slower. This is what we're trying to do. Do you want it to be springy and bouncy and randomly jump around? Not randomly. But maybe we don't want this spring here. And it just does lerp to the center point and then stop instead of going past it and bouncing. But I think the springiness is what gives it a little bit more life. Oh, interesting. If I move too slow, it doesn't catch it. Something like that. Like this is what we really like. Oh, wait a sec. No, it's not doing that. See if I can catch it off. See what's causing our issue. No. The ultimate goal is to make it look like it's hovering in space. And when you move, it moves with the player. I think we're just going to have to not do this and then just go back to the lerps we were doing, because that was working. And then if we want to juice it up even more, we could revisit something like this. Maybe that's the play. Let's do that. Like that. I'll leave it in there. Potential used for springiness. Okay. So what I did before was I took the batteries node dot position and let's make it equal to the player's velocity. And that's going to be crazy. And then I don't have to close the game for this one. Or I shouldn't have to. Okay. Okay. And we don't want the Z. Or we want to lessen the Z. So now, oh, I almost closed it. Then what we're gonna want is we want to do we're gonna lerp this position from our rest position. No, sorry. Lerp. Now I'm forgetting what I did. Crap. I did a GitHub. I think I break this into X and Y. That's not what I want. Yeah, it doesn't have the changes I made. Nuts. You can do X, Y, Z. Z and Y. But oh, okay. I can do them all together and then just clamp them differently. I think that would work. Because the Z, I don't want it to be the same clamp as everything else. Because we want it to move on the X and the Y a little bit more than the Z. So what I'll do is we'll lerp the batteries node dot position to the player's velocity 0.15, and then we say batteries node dot position dot z clamp float from batteries node dot z clamp from like -1 to a max of 1, so it doesn't move really. Maybe you need to do a little bit less. Then the batteries node position. Actually, I'll clamp the position first. Right? Let's save this. Go to the game. Okay. Oh. What the? When I move forward. Huh. Weird. Velocity is global. Ooh. Ooh. Then do I want to do this on the battery's global position then? Or do I need to go to local? Player global base is times the velocity. Negative? Or so that's the forward? Or I guess no, just basis would work too. Mags, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? What were you up to? I think you were gaming if I'm not mistaken. Gamer hours? Wait a sec, why are you awake actually? That's the main question. Why are you awake right now? Isn't it like well past your bedtime? Crazy. Crazy. Boom. But we are working on oh God. So we are trying to work on right now our UI here. And the idea is that this score system is going to be up here. Oh, like that's awkward. You guys just got hit with ads. Awkward. Yes, I was having too much fun with blueprints, which broke my brain, which is why I'm rating and ruining. Apologies. No sweat bags. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Enjoy your lurk and run. But for everyone else, we are trying to take this UI here, and it's supposed to go up top, and it's supposed to just kind of jiggle a little bit. But it's not doing that. It's not doing that yet. For those of you who haven't seen the game though, you can just ignore the little scoreboard that keeps disappearing. It is capture the flag with grappling mechanics and power-ups. So stuff like what I just picked up, which is the orbital strike beam. This is also in multiplayer. Let me pull up the other one. Boom. And as you can see, if I use the orbital strike beam, which is that floating satellite over in the distance, boom. Pretty cool, pretty nifty. What up, Mitron? Yeah, so there's a bunch of different things you can do in the game besides just capturing the flag. A lot of power-ups, position scramblers, and pulsar emitters, and that kind of stuff. We're trying to prep for a Steam release on this game, so it should be pretty cool, but we don't have a Steam page yet, unfortunately. Unfortunately, not yet. But yeah, so we're just trying to juice up this thing. All right, so let's see here. We have the position. And I need to clamp the X and the Y. Batteries node dot position dot X. Clamp float. Batteries node. Don't type those. Whoa. You reckon I should just clamp the position instead? You're grinding away your tendons. Whoa, what do I do? What do I type instead? Just the position and I pull it up ahead of time? Duplicate the identical line above. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Oh crap. What was the shifty? No. There's a... How the heck do I duplicate it again? What was the key binding? I know I can control copy and paste. Not what I wanted though. There was something else I wanted. What the heck was it? I can't remember. Control Shift D. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Don't highlight it. Ah. That makes sense. Okay. So the position X, actually the position Y, let's go to, this needs to be like 2.65. 2.65. And we'll go negative 2.65. Like that. Save that. Oh, and I stopped the game. That's always good. Boom, boom, boom. And a moment. Okay. It's currently centered on the screen still. Not great. It's not getting our Y velocity. Huh. And it's only going to the top and bottom corners. That's weird. It should be going, it should be here by default. I closed it, oops. Oh, because I'm doing this. X, Y. But that's still not gonna fix it, because it's still, for some reason, default position on the batteries node isn't 0. Right. The default position is 01650. So maybe I need to put a move toward in there. I get the bottom and just say batteries node dot move toward. Oh, position. And then rest position. over something like that. Nope, that did not work. Nothing like that. All right, let's see. Look at where it is. It's at 0, 0 on the player screen. The 3D view, it is at 0, 1, 6, 5, 0. Make it to 0, 0 when the player isn't moving. Howdy, Cam. Because player's velocity is 0. Oh, so you're saying if player dot velocity you're not telling it to go to 165 plus the do this plus vector 3, actually just plus rest position, like that. There we go. Interesting. Huh. Cavino, you're making multiplayer game crazy. Gregorio, long time no see. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. It's coming out pretty good, except for this UI thing we're trying to work on. It's we just want it to jiggle a little bit, just a little bit. That's all we want. This is the craziest ordeal you've started yet. Yeah. I started to get into the groove, and then immediately, just like once we swapped it to this springiness, I lost my groove, and it all just went downhill. It all went downhill. Let's see. Clamp position Y to 165 plus and minus 65 minus 1.65 plus. Okay, the up down works. And now the left and right. Like, that's not going left and right. That's looking like it's going on the Z. So the Z needs to be like 0.25. 25. Better, but it's still I need to lerp it slower. It also just looks like it's not going, like it should be going forward when I press forward and back, but it's going like sideways. If I look the other way. No. If I go left, right. Huh. Zero 5. then let's do 0. It's not really like lagging behind. So I'm still up with the positions. I think I need to use the negative basis. Nope. Ternary. Oh, .z. No, that wouldn't make sense though. Just Friday with Just Cavino. What up, Gamian? How you doing? That's not working either. Because ideally right now, it'd be going down a bit and staying in the center. But it's just not doing that. Huh. What the heck am I doing? This is a crazy thing. Let's remove this. How much do you hate 2D to the point of making some of the UI in 3D? Listen, it's not that I hate 2D. I don't hate 2D. I just dislike it. Dislike it. I think 3D is just the cooler play, you know? I think that's what the gamers want. They want 3D. Like, sure, some gamers they're okay with some 2D action every now and then, but oh, you give them the 3D and man, oh man, man, oh man. Okay, let's figure this out. None of this is working. What if I switch the batteries node to global? Player rotated instead of global basis. Rotated off of the vector up or just rotated? The axis would be vector 3 up, right? Oh, the player's global rotation Y. Okay. Player dot global rotation dot Y. With an angle. Is that not an angle? Oh, because it needs that. And then dot Y. Oh, I get it now. Hang on. Vector 3 dot up. It's almost always for every use case we've done. Because you need to do, all right, I want to rotate off of this, and then I'm rotating it by the player's, the same one as the player. It's still going like too strong. Yeah, it just looks like crap because it looks like crap. That's not very helpful. You have a UI that slightly moves. You can't have it jiggle around wildly. Right. I think this is too wild of a jiggle. I think I just want like a little... what I'm picturing in my mind is a slight... just like a slight jiggle. Like the... just ever so slightly moves. So then if you as the player go like this, and you like shake back and forth, this should shake back and forth. As this, are these things supposed to look like they're following the player? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Cavino likes the difficult route. I don't like it. No. I don't like the difficult route. It's just the difficult route likes me. Then why don't you make them things that are following the player? I mean, it's that's kind of what we're doing. They're in a 3D viewport. And we want them to follow the player. But we don't want, like, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, in Mario Kart, when the little Koopa guy with the cloud comes and he like fishes you out when you fall, and how he kind of just like floats there and follows you. That's kind of what I picture with these. Except if I move left, then this guy kind of follows the momentum, and it'll lerp with us. I feel like there's a much easier way to go about this. There probably is. I just don't know what it is. I mean, yeah, if they just follow the player from where they are. But how do we get them to stay there without a spring arm? I know a spring arm would be the easiest solution here, but they're in a viewport. They're not actually in this world. I guess they are technically in the world. Technically. That's the clamps for it. But the clamps are so small that it like shoots forward. Stop breaking apart the vectors. Do you have a better solution, Munglo? Because this is like what we need. We have to break apart the vector here. So then we can clamp, because we want to clamp each value differently. Oh great, now the Munglo part 3 ordeal starts. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make them. He doesn't know. I don't know how to explain it. I'm visualizing it. I can see it in my head. I need to work on how to explain it better. So what we're trying to do is with momentum, so they overshoot or be a fixed position. Yeah, so they always default to this position right here, this center point. When I move right, they should go a little bit left, so they're kind of following with, or they should just follow us, I guess, but lurked, so it's a little bit slower than the actual movement. That way, if I keep going like this, they should be jiggling left and right. Same thing with forward and back. Forward and back, which these are opposites right now. They're in the engine just over the player. They are in a, so right now they're in a separate scene in a viewport. They're in a viewport, so they're not even, that's it. And then we're going to do it to this guy as well. They're 2D. I mean, they're 3D objects that still take in the light and all that. Could have made them rigid bodies with joints stuck on the player 5 hours ago. Ooh, CSLR. That was one of the biggest mistakes of your life. I'm telling you. You want to save those points. You want to save those points, Sizzler. You never know. Something big might happen. Welcome back, Ika. They're moving inside their own space relative to the player, or is that sub viewport fixed space? That's the sub viewport that they're moving in. Well, I guess the sub viewport doesn't have an own world, so it's not. Yeah. So when does Cavino ever go the easy route? I try to go the easy route. I try. I give it a good old attempt. It's just the easy route doesn't like me very much. She's a cruel mistress. Very cruel. Ugh. What did you break? The UI. Ugh. So the camera objects move with player, just renders on sub viewport. Yes, I think so. I think that's what's happening. Ugh. All right, I need to take the sweatshirt off. It's getting hot. As they say, we don't do these things because they're easy. We do them because we thought they would be easy. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Ugh. Man. All right. Man. Oh, I forgot to turn it on. Why not have them in the same world as the player and render on the main camera? What is gravitational? Did you change the name? No. It's a play on words, Ika. Instead of gravitational changes, gravitational, gravity, gravitational. It's a high level joke. High level. Super high level. Let's see. So batteries node position, and we're lerping. Why not have them in the same world as the player and render on the main camera? Have them in the same world as the player. I mean, they are in the same world, technically, because we have the sub viewport and it's not on its own world. So it is here, and we are having the camera on the player look for that instance and not have it visualized for the other person. So we are doing visual instances like that. Have them in the player node, just offset above. Yeah, we can't have them in the player node because they are controlling the score. So these are it's the scoreboard. So we don't want to have it in the player. Controlling? What? This is so many levels of stupid. You think so? What's stupid? There's the... They should be displaying the score, not controlling it. They're not... Sorry, wrong word. They're not controlling the score. They're displaying the score. No, not controlling. My brain is already getting fried here. They're displaying the score. Batteries node position. I mean, alternatively, what I could do is in the scene, I could set it up like a camera. So in the scene here, I could put a node at the center, then put a spring arm here connected to this batteries node, and then I just set the position of this guy to that of the player and have it lurk so then it's a little bit offset compared to how the player is actually moving and rotating. That could be the play. make a track position script for them. Target player plus vertical offset up. So if I do, instead of that, I'll say batteries node dot position equals lerp from batteries node dot position to player dot position. Well, can't do global mixture. Position plus rest position. But then that's not gonna get the outward, right? That's just gonna be right on top of us. Can't even see it right now. Yeah, now I don't know where it is. Huh. New mouse just came? Nice. What kind of mouse? And separate it so it has max speed brakes, so it moves to that position. Move it out from the viewport. I don't want to do that. If I move it out of the viewport, that's going to break everything. And then I have to refactor the entire scoring system. So we're not doing that. I think that's a huge mistake. You use overlay camera, same scene. Logitech G Pro X, nice. Coupled everything to the path of the node for the most part, but involves your favorite thing, refactor. That is not my favorite thing. No, no, no. No, no, no. Also, Hypnotic, happy Singles Awareness Day in Australia. Okay, can you do something crazy? I'm not single. I have myself. Let's see. Global position to the player position. Okay. I think I need to restart the game. I'm working late because I'm on call. Nice. Congratulations, Cam. As same as I said, just 1 meter shorter offset. Right, and that's what I did right here. I mean, I threw it in a lerp, but that's still not working. I don't know if I have to restart the game. Sub viewport camera, can't see the batteries. Right. I love that Singles Awareness Day. It's a good one. I like that term. I learned it a couple years ago. I thought it's great. To do, update titled a V8. V8? Why V8? Is this a juice now? Crazy. To do. Oh, space to do. Update title to V8. The Captain Coder on the 13th of February, 2026. Right? Oh my lord, it's Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th. I'll change it. Put it in the title screen code. Put it right here. Right at the very top. Boom. The sub viewport camera, child of the batteries. The sub viewport camera, a child of the batteries. No. No, it is not. It's been snowing today. It's been great. We didn't see the snow coming. None of the roads were salted. Oof. This is weird that it's not... Let's just do this. Remove the lerp and see what happens. Boom. Boom to do. Ignore this line above. Place this below the earlier comment. Oh god. Guys, listen. You want to save your points. I'm telling you now. You want to save your points. You never know when something big might happen. Something crazy. Something where you're like, oh man, I wish I saved my points. Just saying. Just saying. To ignore the comment below. Put that above the last comment. Jeez. Coder 13 Feb 2026. Okay, perfect. How's life, good sir? Kavino, what it's going. Slow and steady. And they can be rendered. They can't be rendered. Moving batteries to player position. Move them away from the camera. Yeah. Yeah. Which, oh wait, I see them. They're right there. Why are they all the way over there? You can just barely see their pixels. You gonna add a Lambo redeem? Potentially even better than a Lambo redeem. Potentially. Stop lying and tell me the setup you actually have. This is the setup I have. What do you mean? Do you understand why? No, I don't. We're setting the global position instead of the regular local position. You have one camera that renders them. That camera is not moving. Oh, sub-viewport with camera and batteries do not move with the player at all. So the camera position doesn't matter. Only the relative movement of the player frame to frame. If that camera's not where the other camera is, you see them somewhere else. Ooh. So should I be moving this camera? So you have to move the camera to where your player camera is. That's gonna mess up our sizing. I'll try it. Camera. Position. If you're gonna use a sub viewport for this, commit to it. Now you're making it just more complex. The whole point of the sub viewport was to make it simpler, not more complex. It shouldn't be this difficult just to get a little bounce going. Dear God. Yeah, no, that does not. No. No. Remove that. Get rid of it. We don't want that. That's bad. That's bad. Dude, things in Godot rotate. Good grief. I'm out. Yes, I didn't do the rotation yet. Batteries node. We were closest with this clamp, with the lerp function. We were closest with that. In the batteries, write a script that tracks the player position each physics tick and use that to react and simulate sway on the batteries. I told him, but he ignores my comments. What? I didn't ignore your comment, Ika. You just said you're making it more complex, and I said no. Oh wait, that's Munglo saying that. Only the position. Oh. Took a break and came back. Oh, Black Shift. We welcome back. We have not made any progress. Just turn this off. Ironic. We gotta get this working. We have to get this working. We have no choice. Such a huge waste of time. You don't even know what you want it to do. I know exactly what I want it to do. We want it to just bounce and jiggle with the player's movement. That's it, as if it's hovering there. And then I move right, and then they lerp right. I move left, and then they lerp left. And then they come back to their center point. It's like a blind man instructing blindfolded people how to do something. It won't look good as well. That's the fun part. Just use 2D UI. What? Why won't it look good? What? Ika, that part made no sense. It won't look good, so use something that looks worse instead. I don't know about that one. Player previous position minus the current position is how the player moved since the last time. Vector 3, you call offset. Each update set the position of batteries, OG, make the offset fall towards 0. UI that sways slightly to the left and right, up and down, is the easiest thing you could ever make. Well, clearly it's not. Easing. It's just juice for good looking UI, which you don't have right now. Those batteries suck. You don't like the batteries, Ika? Oh my lord. Let's see. Always drift back to the OG position. That will make the player movement, with the movement of the player replicate to batteries, depending on how the player moves. Batteries always drift back to the original position. Yes, that makes sense. So what we want to do first is scroll back up. Tracks the player position and use that to simulate the movement. Take the player's previous position here and then minus it from their current position. Mungo's literally 3 hours behind. Yeah, he is. He's doing. That's exactly what we did before. We already did all that. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Kavino, birthday when? July 3rd. Is this even a script on the batteries? This is on the scene itself. It doesn't have to be a script on the batteries. It's on the scene. Start betting on whether this is resolved by the end of stream. It will be resolved, Misty. It will. We always resolve it by the end of stream. July 3rd. Mine's July 13th. Crazy. One year, 10 days behind me, little bro. Okay, good. It is a script that only relates to batteries. A single only thing it needs is something to track to. In this case, a player. Putting it anywhere else is madness. They called Einstein mad before he wasn't. So I'm back. I was reading my Bible. Yak, no, I don't think you read enough. I don't think you read enough. So I need to get the, let's go back to doing the camera's position then. VAR, camera, 3D, camera. Then we need to take the, Well, I can't just take the camera's rotation from the player, because the player's camera is a node, a spring arm, and then a camera. Please define this. Is it supposed to look like it's following the camera or the player? Following the camera or the player? I guess following might not be the right word. It just takes in, if the player moves to the right, this whole thing will go a little left and then move to the right. Almost like it's going like this. It's like swaying with it. Like what my head's doing. It's like momentum. Centered on the camera, not the player. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, no cameras involved. Okay. No camera involved. So camera's a no-go. Boom. No, the camera is involved. The camera is the thing they are following. Well, no, they're following the player's velocity, not the camera movement. The player's velocity is what we want. Come on. Right? It's the player's velocity. Hold up. I need to like, oh, it's not. Of course, I can't see it now. But I move right, then they should move. Because they don't want to follow this part. This part, they just stay centered. Camera moves around like this. We just ignore that. We just want the players. Yes, but that is relative to the player or the camera. Is that relative to the player or the camera? Hovering over the player or in front of the camera? I don't know the correct answer to this. They're in the center of the screen on a sub viewport. Yeah, they're rendered in the sub viewport, so it'd be neither. Would it? The right? They can be either in the sub viewport. Oh. Right now, they're relative to the camera. A thing can be anywhere it wants in a sub viewport. All they do is slightly drift around based on the player's player transform moving. Yeah, that's the idea. I feel like the devil on his left shoulder whispering to him, use 2D UI. It's better, trust me. Don't be gross, Ika. Don't be gross. If in sub viewports layer on top of each other, all individually identically rendering the same perspectives. Okay. This was the thing that worked the best so far. Let me bring that back. I don't think that's the proper solution because you have to think about the game and how the rest of the game looks. Having a flat 2D UI would make it look weird. It's not a question of what you can do. It's a question of what you want to do. So what it's doing right now, where I move right, it moves right, I move left, it moves left, and then it goes back towards the center. The camera doesn't matter. It always just stays there. It doesn't move based on the camera. It's moving based off of the player's movements, specifically the player's velocity. And what we want it to do is if I move to the right, it should basically lag behind and move to the right, just slightly. But as you can see, when I move to the right, it's not just moving to the right. It's moving like back into the right. So it's moving on like the other axes. On the Z right now, even though I'm moving to the right. When I move to the left, it's moving on the Z. Up and down is going left and right. So I just have to flip those. Forward and back to left and right. That's what's going on. So if I move the forward forward and back, left and right. Why is that moving opposites? You're moving the camera in the sub viewport at all. That looked a bit weird. No, I'm not moving the camera at all, and that's why I'm confused why it looks weird like that. Like, this is all I'm doing, is I am lerping the position of the battery's node to the player velocity rotated based off of their rotation, plus our rest position, which is a vector 3 of 0, 1.650. Think about what you're doing. It's not enough right now. Right. Based on the mouse input, not the player's position. You mean the keyboard inputs, the player's inputs. Problem with the player inputs is those are captured through multiplayer and the input controller, which are just Booleans. I've been saying this for 4 hours. It hasn't been 4 hours yet. Use the player movement as input to battery script and solve it in there. So can I get, if I use movement, doesn't want to listen. It's not about not wanting to listen. Crazy assumptions. You guys have to remember, I'm dumb, or I tend to be dumb. Words are powerful. Don't say that you're dumb. I tend to be dumb, and have also am quite still relatively new. He doesn't know what he wants, and he's even worse at describing it. I know what I want. I'm just terrible at describing it. For sure. Okay. He has 3 UI adjectives: bubbly, bouncy, and jiggly. Those aren't, I didn't say bubbly ever. Close your eyes. Imagine playing that game. You want the UI to move with the player's movement or the mouse's input. We want nothing to do with the mouse. Nothing to do with the mouse. We just want the player's movement. I know what he wants, but he refuses to do it, insists on doing it where it's harder. Okay, Munglo. What? Oh, that's great. I don't even know what happened here. Even Godot's on our side. This is not about sides here. No, no, no. Man, oh man. He wants the UI to hover in front of the camera, but he wants it to move the player's input. Make a script that tracks the transform, put it on batteries. Okay. It'll make so much sense once you see it. Gotcha. Let Godot crash. Crash. Good Godot. Close that. Okay. Back to Godot. Boom. Fully reusable. I do like reusability. Is 2 transforms, nothing else. So you're saying to, once it loads, there we go. You're saying don't make another script for the batteries node here, this guy, and it will change its own transform to everything. Yes. Why wouldn't I just put it in this script? Wouldn't that just be easier and save scripts? also do is look at a target transform when it moves. It also moves. So I complicate it. Yeah, so I just do batteries node dot global transform equals player. That's not correct. See, now you're complicating it. How am I complicating it? I'm so confused now. I'm complicating it because I'm not. This seems more complicated, adding another script. It isn't. Okay. Create. Class name. Batteries. UI. Func. Physics. And I want to set the global transform to a target transform. But what the heck's the target transform that I want to set it to? Is the target transform the vector 301650? Couple variables to set how strong the reaction should be. What are those variables? First, fall speed. Fall speed. How quick it drifts back to the OG position. Oh, I'm going to call that drift speed then. Drift speed as a float. We'll do like 0.5 for now. Following back to OG. Make you rewrite the entire old script you had in camel case. I'm not writing in camel case. No. I'm not doing camel case. Don't worry. Camel case is not Godot standard. No. How's the walking? Horrible. Okay. So this is the drift speed. Input multiple, set that to 1. Wait, what? Put on multiple, I'm confused now. Multiple drift speeds. Vector 3 is the OG position, var starting position. Vector, oh my lord. Vector 3. Equals 0, 1.65, 0. Okay. Input multiplier. Change the sensitivity of all of it. Put multiplier 0.5 again. Hashtag too bad so sad facts. And a transform target. Tracked target. Var transform for tracked target as a player. Lastly, vector 3, last position. Var last position, vector 3. Quick question, what's up, Mitron? Okay, so this is literally what I had before. One more vector 3 for offset. Okay. As vector 3. He added offset on starting position. What? I have a var score in a global script, so I can't find a way to modify that var in other scripts. There's a couple different ways you can do that. You could change it to a static var. You could, if it's in a global, like in an actual global, then you call the name of the global. So we have a global called multiplayer manager. You do that, and then you dot score or whatever that is. Now in the physics process, start with calculating the delta movement of the tracked transform. Calculating the delta movement. Var delta movement. What the heck is a delta movement? That is the difference between the movement. So it would be the starting position minus the, try to do this, player score player 1 equals, oh, that's, no, you don't need to do that, Mitron. Difference since last. So starting position, actually I should say global position minus last position. Target. Target delta movement. Oh. Target. Tracked target dot global position minus target last position. Target last position. Like that. Use global for score manager, then use scripts to add score. Don't use scores in local scripts, yeah. Next row, set last to the current. Target last position equals global position. I've treated myself to something. Uh-oh, Cam. Is all we need for track movement. Okay. But we need to set an initial. So we need to set the track target to this. Now add to offset. Offset plus delta movement. Pinball War Games fall for Freedom Forge Studios. What a flash cow. Offset plus delta movement times input multiplier. But what is equaling that? The position or global position equals position. Oh my gosh. So sad. It tastes so hard and stale. Yes. Offset plus equals. Plus equals delta movement plus input multiplier. Okay. So the movement target does accumulates in the offset. Take me back to those German days. We are, Flashco, we are just doing our brain in right now. Doing our brain in. But then what do we do with this offset? Moves towards offset, move toward, oops, offset dot, we're moving toward our drift speed minus equals, I mean, okay. So now we say, no, that's not right. Wait, no. What's the other argument it wants? That needs to be a vector 3 though. Subtract from offset, so offset minus equals drift speed times delta. Oh, okay, and then OG position. So the starting position drift speed times delta. And then global position equals starting position plus offset. Like that. Grabitational, I'm sure you will find a girl to whom you give goose bombs. Say what? Why would I want to curse someone with a goose? Is this the move toward though? So we're taking the offset and then we're minusing it to move toward the starting position. Reservation for vectors pointing wrong way. Are you saying the delta movement is backwards? I don't remember the move towards. That might be wrong. You didn't say the vector for it. So I assume it's moving to the starting position. I think that makes sense. Oh my gosh, I've been walking for quadruple the time, double the time. Okay, so this is why I didn't like putting this in a separate script, is because now I have to figure out how to get the player. So I could just do offset minus equals global position direction 2 starting position times drift speed times delta. I'd probably have to lerp this though, don't I? No? Okay. Okay. So now as a constant fall off. Gotcha. So big problem is getting this. Might need a tweak. This should be the basics. Okay. So I don't need scoreboard scene to be a static var then. And instead I need to flip it so that it's not. Okay. Let me move the treadmill real quick so I can like actually lock in. Oh man. Boom, boom, boom. Ow. There we go. So it doesn't move super far. Yeah, and we can mess with the variables. Okay, so what I need to do now is I need to not make this static anymore. Don't do that. Remove player. Just delete all that. Come into here. We need to make this static. Not status. Bar current as batteries UI. Enter tree. Self. And then target last position. So in the player, batteries UI, same thing here. Target last position. Wait, you don't have any local player avatar you set when spawning in? Local player as in when the local game instance player object spawns in? What do you mean? Let's see. There's a bunch of client-side things that are always set, that always sets itself up. Yeah, we don't have that. Not to my knowledge. Also, just straight up don't need it. Delete all that. What game instance current avatar? Just local player avatar. That makes sense. Definitely useful. Unnecessary for a game like this, though. Yeah, because there is such thing as overcomplicating to the point of like never releasing, and that's what I don't want to do. Like, I've seen how dirty good games are, like in terms of their code, how unclean it is, and that's made me realize it's all about the execution, and if it works, it works, as compared to it working hyper well. Because then what you do is, if the game is really, really good, that's when you take the time to make it even better. And that iteration cycle is what leads to more success in terms of like more people playing your games. That's what it seems like. Batteries UI does not have player. It's a time saver, especially if you put health and other things in the avatar and we want to hook up local. That makes sense. Do I not have a player? Oh, tracked target, not player. Tracked target. Yeah, I think again, it really depends on the size of the game as well. Boom, boom. Let's see. Global postician. Good old spelling mistakes. We like it. Many ways to do things. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Private. Join. Boom. Team indeed, Cam. Okay, Cam. Vector 3 float. What? Offset is a vector 3. Delta movement should be a vector 3. That's why. Input multiplier needs to be a multiplier, not an addition. I just love the team. Glad. I am glad. Host, private, join, fake, Boom, boom, boom. Ah, nice. Still doesn't work. We brought full position on a base object type nil. Trying to say if tracked target. That way, make sure that it has one. Host, private, join. Ready, start. Okay, that doesn't work. Nice. Fun. Yeah. Pretty much. So then what happens is, as the set the multiplier 0, 1, yeah. As the player is moving, then it moves kind of like that. And it just jiggles a little bit. That would be the ideal. The multiplier to 0, 1. I gotta find values to keep the power of the movement contained now. Gotcha. I shouldn't have to close the game this time. Boom, boom, bam. Go. Interesting. Why is that still... Why is that drifting away? What? It's because we're using global and not local. You set starting position? Yeah. Should I not set starting position? Sure, it's right. It is in local space, but maybe it's not here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Func ready. And then starting position equals global position instead. Try that out. Oof. Man, oh man. It's only script edit. Alright, give me 1 sec. Yeah, nope, that's still not working. Let me copy this. Open it in a different thing. Boom, boom. What is this? Wait, that's it? Why does this look so much easier? Set the multiplier to 0 and fall off more. Multiplier to 0. And the speed to more. So we'll try like 1. No, it's still going far away. Um, 10. No. It's still just going away. Why does this look so much simpler? Invert drift speed. No, it's just going farther. You can tell it's just getting smaller and smaller. So inverting that didn't work. Target last. I'm at 27. Okay, now it's just a little tiny dot. Right over here. Yeah, there's nothing else here. Shouldn't we not do a minus and we do a plus equals on the offset? So then it comes in? Because minus makes it go farther away, I would think. I can't tell if that's getting smaller or bigger. I think that's getting smaller. Restart it. Also, tell us it's so far away, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Okay, now it's just static. So now drift speed, bring it back to a positive. Oh wait, we should probably do this. Global position. Save. Nothing's happening. Okay. Let's change this back to a minus. Nothing's happening. And then change this to a positive. Nothing's happening. Change this to 0, 1. Nothing's happening. Change this to 10. Nothing's happening. Change default values at runtime, they won't take effect. Shoot, that's a good point. Okay, think about that. Duh. I thought because it's in the physics process, it would be. It would. Oh, export them. What the? Export? Oh. Wait, I don't want to. What just happened? There we go. What the heck? export. Okay, play. Set on initialize. Private, join. Ready. Okay, they're off in Africa. Interesting. And they're just going farther and farther away. So let's try doing offset plus. I'm saying okie dokie something something. It's saying okie dokie something something. Song. Another song. Enable a bit at a time, yeah. Okay, it's moving. Oh, it's coming in. There we go. Okay. Okay. So it was plus on the offset. That's the big one. Plus on the offset. Next, we need the drift speed to be reduced down to, let's try like 5. That's not gonna work because I need to do it in the remote. Let's go to session 1. Game, app, scoreboard, batteries. It is at 0.5. Okay. Input multiplier, 0.01. Okay, now it doesn't do anything. Oh, it is. It's just freaking out because it's getting super close to it. You can tell it's moving slightly. Okay, now it's moving just so slightly. So drift speed to 1. And then it starts freaking out. Direction 2 is a problem. Let's see. So direction 2 will overshoot. Better with move toward. Okay, so if we switch this to move toward instead, returns normalized vector, it's going to jitter at small values. So let's try doing our what? Wouldn't we just say comment out 26? Let me say offset equals offset dot move toward, and then we're going to move toward the starting position, drift speed times delta. Okay, now it's gone. I think that's it over there in the yellow box. No, it's not. I don't know where it is. So I need to do, instead of doing the offset, I should do the... I think I can just say offset move toward instead of offset equals. No, it's stuck at 64.58. Let's target last position. 0, 3. So it's up in the air. It returns a new vector. Oh. So offset equals was right. I think I was adding it. No. Maybe I have to restart. And the input multiplier or drift speed. Oh crap, I forgot what we sent it to. I think input multiplier was 0, 1. Was it just 1? 1, and then this was like 5. Can it go back up for a sec? Yeah. That's literally all it is. Bring it better. Can I bring my private join? I don't know if you can see the 3 lines. Nope. Okay, so it's super far away. Screenshot it. Gotcha. Oh, it's coming towards us though. It is indeed coming towards us. Here it comes. And it overshot us. So it's super high up in the air to where we can't even see it. It's like right above me. There it is. Okay. So I think the starting position's wrong. Let me print starting position. Because I think the problem is we're trying to mess with global and we should be doing local. I think it's just our positions. No, print it out where it should be. 0165. But for some reason, it's not actually starting there. Then it comes above our head. But only in the client. Not even in the, not in the other one. If I jump, there it is. But it just comes right back. I assumed you set the whole thing in the world center since the global local don't matter. So the scene itself, this is what it looks like. So this is 1.65. I could just move them both down, move the camera down and move the batteries down. So it is at 0, 0. Score routine 0, 0. Yep. Battery should not be 0, 0. Okay, good. So then, yeah, that's where it is at 0, 0 then. Batteries is 0, 1, 6, 5, 0. And now in runtime, it's also there because I printed that out. What is scoreboard position then? That is the battery's local. No, that is the battery's global. That is the global. The scoreboard. What is scoreboard in local? Any parent, 0, 0. Zero, zero. Is that camera just a copy? That camera's just to showcase the viewport. Like, cause it's in the sub viewport. Okay, so the scoreboard's at 0, 0. And the actual thing is at 0, 1, 6, 5, 0. And you can see it coming towards us for some reason. And then goes above our head. I don't know why. There it is. It's like directly above us. You can't even see it. So transform parent to scoreboard in runtime. And you transform to the parent. No. No, nothing. The only thing is we set starting position. That's on the batteries though. What else? Oh? Not ready. Set offset to 0. Well, yeah, it shouldn't matter. It was there and then it ran away. Now it's coming back on blue, but not on red. Why don't I see it on red now? It's going above our head. Let's try reducing the input multiplier to 0. Sure you're tracking the right player. Yeah, it's on the multiplayer authority where it sets it. And it was working properly before. Oh, where's the player transform? Is that the feet or the player or the denter? It's in the center, I believe. Yeah, the center of the player. So that could be why. Is it's getting it, it's adding it to the center Yeah, take a break. The viewport is silly. It really is, Black Shift. It really is. Move the height from the starting position. Okay. Starting position equals global position. Need to basically convert to sub viewport camera space from world, local, global nonsense. Yeah. Starting position 1.65 over the player center. Yeah. So I need to figure out half the size of the player. Or just minus the Y. How tall is the player? No idea. This isn't very accurate. It says 3.1 meters. I don't think that's accurate though. .1. So if I just do 2, assuming you have no scaling, I might have scaling, I don't remember. Doesn't look like I do though. Player. No, there's no scaling. So it should take the height of the capsule. Yeah, 3.5. Okay. So that was right. Yeah, I complained about colliders of scale is not uniform. So then I need to do so start position 0 to them. So we'll just start at vector 3.0. See what that does. It's been 4 hours. Welcome to Game Dev, Vika. Boom. Bam. Yeah, it's very low now. It's also just straight up not moving now. Huh. Okay. Let's try. Let's just try like a vector 3 up. Make a fixed OG position, export it, dial it in when running. That would make sense. That would make sense. I just want to see. Because the weird part is that it's not even moving anymore. Oh, okay, that's too high. Okay, let's do the starting position as an export. Boom, boom. Join, fake, ready, start. I don't know, boy. Try that. Wrong thing. this. Okay, there we go. 0.85 can work. And then now it's not moving. So that's the input multiplier. Start with 0.1. Nothing. Try 1. All right, 1's way, or it's might be the drift speed actually. 0.25. Nope. 0.5. Okay, it's just causing the exact same issue that we had before. Lower speed equals lower movement. Well, yeah, that's the intention, Ika. Multipliers to change the size of the movement. And the lower value on the input multiplier would be less movement. Drift is too low. I don't think so. Let's try this. It's still moving in the wrong directions though. If I moves 1 meter, multiplier 0.1 will move 0.1 meters. Right. So then if I clamp this, invert the offset on 27. So do the negative offset in 29 minus offset, or just plus negative? I guess it doesn't matter. Plus negative. Okay, interesting. I have to restart the game. 0.5, 2.5, 0.5, 2.5. Oh, 0.85 on the starting position. 3. That. There you go. Plus minus offset. What? What's wrong with plus negative offset? Adding a negative value? Yeah. Makes it clear that you're trying to invert it. Okay, so now it started in the wrong position again. Okay, if Mungo likes it, then it's good. Oh, Ika. Ika, young Ika. Why did the position get messed up again? Yeah, something's weird happening when it starts. And it didn't even go to the starting. I know why. Why? Create avatar in 0, 0, then move to the middle platforms. Yes. Right. So we need to start the batteries. Not using a custom spawn function for the avatars? No, we are. But the avatars set their own position. So what I'll do here is this one. I should update this stuff after we set the spawn point. Yeah. So I'll take this, cut it. Then in here, I can just do again if is multiplayer authority. Boom. After it sets the spawn point. Yeah. And batteries don't track if target is not ready. We're already doing that. I think, or at least I'm pretty sure I set that. Yeah. Oh, we have an if track target. So if the player's ready. This should still work. We'll see. Ready. Might still have that timing issue. Nope, we're good. But it moves down to 0. Why are you moving to 0, buddy? I come back to this game. Oh, it's resetting back down there. See? It's moving it back down. Why is it moving it back down? Offset 0. Battery position, the exported, starting position, and ready. Wait. You need to set battery position in to the exported. Oh, duh. In the ready. So I do global starting. Going ready, start. No. Still goes down. Why? Lurk, gonna try to sleep before I get a call out. Sounds good, Cam. Appreciate the lurk. That's really weird. You do like it going down, I bet. Because why are you making it do that? I don't know why it's doing this. We're setting its starting position to where the starting position was. What the heck am I doing? You're not editing children of the scene where this is used. No, the only thing I'm doing is changing their shader parameters. But that's not even in the beginning, that just happens over time. So why... Right, the scene you added the scoreboard to? Right, but I'm setting it equal right here, so it should just do the same thing. It should just follow through with what I tell it. Yeah, right here, same thing. Yeah, so it's all good. Am I doing anything to them here? No. The starting positions is overwritten higher up by the editor's serialization data. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Remove the starting position export. 0.85 was good, right? Yeah, that was the one that was good. If you're still on this side quest, it's ironic, it's rough. It's rough. But we gotta do what we gotta do. Editor serialized data, can't mess with it. Host, private, join, fake, ready, start. No, still going down. Maybe it's not even going to the center. Remote. Starting position 8.5, but its current is 0. What? It's resetting its current position to 0. And offset is 0.85. Even though we set it to 0. Goal position equals starting position 0.85 plus the negative offset. Starting position 0.85. Move towards starting position. Oh, because we're minusing it. So what's happening is it goes to 0, 0. So if I remove the opposite of the offset, it should rise. And now it goes to 1.7. And if we look at it in the game, there it is. Very strange. Nourish, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? We are struggling. We are struggling big time. Big time. Trying to just make a simple little thing. That's it. Just a nice little UI. Sounds like you're struggling indeed. Struggling indeed, Van. Indeed. We are, all we want is a nice little movement. That's it. Just a little something. Little something. We actually made big progress. That's awesome. What's the big progress? Road 25. Delta movement. Target tracked global position minus the target last position. Ugh. Can I go sleep soon? Up to you, Hest. Up to you. Flip those two. Okay. Might have to rerun it. It's very weird though how it's moving. Like more drift speed. Lower input to 0.2. The problem is the way that it's moving as well. Like if I'm going left, it's not going left. Appreciate the lurk, Edvind. Set up integration tests, reproduced a server crash with these tests, fix the crash, fix some low-hanging bugs. Nice, that's awesome. That's awesome. I wish we have gotten that much done today. That would be so cool. So cool. But no, we are one of those days where you're stuck on something that seems so simple and then it just takes over 4.5 hours to do. Good old game dev. It's okay. It's okay. Man, oh man. Don't let it get you down. Oh no. It's just part of the pain. Part of the pain and suffering of game dev. Should be consistent. Yeah, look at this. It's not moving in the ways that we need it to move. Like it's going backwards on the Z. It is consistent. It is consistently bad though. Holy crap. Yeah, that's too much. Maybe I need to clamp it or something. When moving, it looks like it's 90 degrees off. I don't even know where it is now. Oh, there it is. We need to clamp it for sure. But yeah, it's also... I know that the batteries themselves, so like inside the batteries node, they are rotated because you need to rotate them to get the view of them. See how they're kind of rotated like that? But the whole thing should be just going boom, 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 boom. And then if you start spinning it, it goes woo, woo, woo. Score UI following is gross. Should, yeah, but it didn't look like it was. No, it was not. The bounce animation is on the Z axis. It's not an animation. We're trying to move it in the physics process, but we are moving all the axes. Yeah. Testing was inconsistent. Yes. Then we did 8.5. Man, oh man. Oh. Where'd the rest of it go? There we go. Post, join. Ready, start. Okay. I'm fine with that moving up in the beginning, but... What up, Molluskio? We are, this looks complicated. Looking good? No, it's not. It's too slow. It is a little slow. It also just goes too far. Like, watch, the moment I grapple, it gets real gross. The moment I start look at that. So if I speed it up, just close the game. If I speed it up to like 1.85, yeah, I need some polish there, I see. Yeah. Trying to make it look good. Like more than 10, you think so? 12.85. That might be too fast though. Yeah, so now it's so fast it doesn't do anything. Add multiplier. Boom. Boom, 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 bam. Like, then we clamp. Okay. Let's try 7.5. I don't know if I did that on the right instance. No, I didn't. Not doing it on any of them. Let's try 5. No. Did I do the other instance? Yes, I did. Okay. And then if we clamp it, it should look better. The object don't jiggle, it folds. It doesn't do any of that, actually. It don't jiggle and it don't fold. You're doing everything wrong here. It's that simple. I think so too, ironic. Like, this shouldn't be that difficult. It really shouldn't. In thought is it's not that difficult, but started out on the wrong foot and then you took a very long hike and now you're lost. Yep. That explains it. That explains it for sure. 5 hours making it, still didn't finish it. Welcome to game dev. Welcome to game dev. Some days you end up taking 4 hours, 44 minutes to come up with something that's subpar. Don't blame that on game dev. It's game dev. I mean, all of you know. It's literally one 3D node lerping to another 3D node's position. Yeah, there's something weird with relative movement still. There is, yeah. I think it's because of the camera and the way that these are bent in relation to the camera. I think that's the big part of it. Is the way it's bent in relation. Copy the camera transform with the lerp. That won't help. No, that wouldn't help. But you're so deep down into the player-based velocity thing that you don't see. It's just HUD dot position equals lerp HUD position, camera position, 1 times delta. So you're telling me it is the battery's position equals alert from the position to the camera. Or you have the player camera that isn't pointing the same direction. You have a camera, and you have a node that is supposed to go to the camera position. You have a camera, and you have a node. So your camera rendering the batteries are in the other direction. So then is what Eek is saying what we need to do, where we copy the... We literally said this day one. Your camera rendering the batteries and are in a different direction, so the global movement relative to the camera is differently viewed. You have to make the camera copy the transforms of which camera. You want the perspective on both viewports to be the same. If you want the perspective on both viewports to be the same. So I need the player's camera and this camera. I don't need to export these anymore. Just put a pivot transform under the camera and the batteries in the sub viewport and point the same direction as the player camera. Put a pivot transform under camera. Under or over? And the batteries in the sub viewport. Over entry. So a node 3D, and this would be the camera pivot. Then we take it, put the camera inside of it, like that. And then I just copy, so the player camera rotates around the player. So should I do a spring arm as well? Probably not. And then I'll just do sub viewport rotates around 0, 0, 0. Root node of your HUD show the exact same transform as your camera. Oh, of this. So in here, I can just say, ready. And then I just grab the first. Congratulations, Vonko. So do I not need the camera pivot then, if that's the case? Road. I just saw a crazy road rage incident IRL. Crazy. So I need to get the player camera. If you do a full copy, we can adjust the tracker. Okay. So I need to do this. And then I need player camera as a shakeable camera. physics. And we say equals global transform if player camera and then howdy Vongo. We were on the highway and there were two cars. One of them kept trying to sideswipe, brake check, and run them off the road. Not very good at 70. No, that's really bad. Really bad. Scoreboard scene. Scoreboard scene dot current dot player camera equals global transform. Cannot be assigned. Okay. Why can't I assign? So I don't want to get a license. People are idiots on the road and they will blame the younger driver. Yes, the younger driver will get blamed. You don't set a camera variable on another camera's global transform. Wait, what? You don't set a camera variable on another camera's global transform. Oh, let's do that. Player camera equals the camera. Then we go back. There we go. That's why. Now, what does that do? Why is bro sad? I'm not sad. No, my brain is just fried. Boom, boom. One Piece chapter was a banger. It was indeed. Was indeed. Okay, that's not working. I am Pancake. You sound super tired. I am super tired. Now the tracker has to be adjusted. Yeah. So now we have to go back to in here. I don't need that camera pivot. It's fine, I leave it there. So we need to do, now you do local position on the batteries. Okay. Local. Are we on the same chapter? Whatever the one that just came out is, yes. Like the one that came out today. Should be fine. And I don't want to set global position to starting position. Instead, I just want to set regular position to starting position. Did you watch State of Play? No, I don't know what that is. My Prime sub, not the ads. Oof. No, I don't know what State of Play is. What is that? PlayStation's promo event. Bunch of games were announced. Oh, I see. Including God of War remakes. Remakes? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. There's a problem still? Uh-oh. Let's see. Yep, for all 3 Greek remakes. Yuck. I don't like remakes of games. If you're gonna remake the game, make a second version. Like make a 2 or something. Something new. If you really want to. I don't like remakes. Same thing with the movies. I don't like the live action remakes. A global and local is mixed, right? So I need to do target last position. When I set target last position, this needs to be local. So when we set that here, and we say Bongo with the prime, whoop whoop. Appreciate the prime, Bongo. Could have used that prime anywhere. You chose to use it here. Imagine if you just set up your node tree correctly like 5 hours ago. What do you mean? Set it up correctly? You still track target global? Oh, I do still do global. Then what's the mix up? Because then that mixes here. HUD position equals camera position. If you have the correct node tree. Oh. Only stuff figured out lake. I want you to be aware of that. Thanks, Bongo. 31 to local. I think I have to do. Appreciate the lurk, Bongo. If you had the correct node tree, you just set the HUD to the camera position and lerp it. I'd like to try that, but also if I try that, then we're going to be redoing a lot. Oh. Okay. Now it's just gone. Oh, there it is. It's somewhere. I see it flashing on the screen every now and then. Tracking offset in global space. When we apply it to the batteries, we do the local. Well, then don't we need this to local as well if we're moving towards? Because it's going to a local location. Moving towards starting position. Starting position to global, other way. Okay. To global. Starting position. And now the whole thing's global. And then we set the offset to local. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Okay, now it's just freaking out. It's like just going all over the screen. Oh, there we go. I don't know why it was freaking out in the beginning. Now it's gonna freak out again. Do you have to leapfrog global local coordinates every line? Something's just wrong with the starting line. I think so too. That does make sense. Let's go into motion stick someone already. Motion stick games as well. Yeah, this is not the final product. By no means whatsoever. No means at all. No, no, no. It is garbage. So why wouldn't we just start it all as to local instead of flip-flopping? global, local, global, local. Just do target, track target position instead of global. Target last position instead of global. And then we don't have to worry about to global to local. To turn 90. When you test it, remember to turn 90. But if I can share a hypothesis here, what actually should be happening is that the camera's rotation should affect the HUD. If not the player's velocity. One sec. When you cast delta movement, you can cast delta movement to local when adding it to offset. Okay. Why wouldn't I just make all of this local then? And stop using global? Mimir Bites. Hello, fellow Godot get dot user. What up? How you doing? So the reason I don't want to do to the camera's movement is because the whole, like the main idea, the thing I'm trying to get is I'm trying to get it. So if I press, yes, but you're wrong. What I'm trying to get it to do is when I move left and right like this, I want to see it jiggle. I want to see the thing moving back and forth. Instead of when I go like this, it jiggles. Okay, so that shouldn't be the HUD. That should be the camera. Well, I don't want the HUD to jiggle with the mouse. I think it would be better to have it jiggle with the player. Moving the camera, you do that? That's true. What would look better? I mean, it's more of a UX thing, isn't it? I guess moving with the camera would make sense too. What are you building? We're building this is a multiplayer capture the flag grappling game with a bunch of power-ups and stuff. I'm currently brain dead from it. HUD stands completely still? How does that make sense? It's supposed to be a 3D thing in the world. Yeah, I don't want it to stand completely. I guess. When moving only camera around the player, I wouldn't move it. I'm just thinking that when you're going like this and you're swinging around, I don't even know where the HUD is right now, but when you're swinging around, I think that's gonna be too much movement, maybe. Not quite sure. You handled something in multiplayer since physics and netcode don't go well with one another. It's not that bad. That shouldn't be the HUD. So you think when we just, what you're saying, ironic, is when I go like this is when the HUD should move, as compared to going like this. When you do that, the camera is slightly behind the player. Make any progress? Nope. I'll offer this one last time. Make a 2D UI for scores. It technically moves, but the only with rotation with camera. How you handle physics in your multiplayer, since physics in Neko don't go so well. My typing today. I got some options to take for our physics multiplayer game to get everything in sync. I'm just using the basic like synchronizer. Yeah. Gonna make it an early night tonight. I think sounds good, Nourish. Get some rest so you can enjoy tomorrow's mini holiday. Boom. Start over, make it work again. Okay, so I don't like doing this. I think this is crazy. Thanksgiving. I'm going to a concert actually. Ooh, nice. How's the performance over a real connection with the synchronizers? Not bad. I haven't noticed any major difference. It's about the same as an editor. I mean, if the person has really bad internet, then you definitely notice it, but it's still not terrible. Keep local on 28 though. For the Delta movement. Okay. US prog rock band Spock's Beard is coming to play in Stockholm. I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool. Oh, and now it's gone. There it is. It's off in the distance. You can just barely see it right here. There it is. Okay. Did you set input 0? No. Input is that number that we had before. Share the love badge is back for people missing it. Oh. Input is 0.2. 0.2. I could raise this to like 3. Maybe 3's the play. Set it to 0. Okie doke. Join. Okay. Which data are you syncing over? I mean, if you go for like the position of the player, you'll 100% encounter some funny jittering, don't you? No. We're syncing the player's position. We're syncing the asteroids' positions. Yeah. Verify it works before offset is applied. Enable one piece at a time slowly. I mean, it's not doing anything right now. But we didn't stop anything. Into some decent, then clamp. Right. So let's try. Oh, I didn't man. I unexported these. Boom. Export. There we go. But yeah, Mimir, we're just syncing pretty much everything. The host is the controller of everything. And it works. And there's been a couple instances when I played with someone with really bad internet over Steam where it was jittery. But it wasn't horrible. Yeah. Just curious, we encountered a lot of trouble at like 100 ms. No, this person I played with had, I think he had like 400 ping. Something around there. At least when he was on, I don't know about on Steam though, because I didn't track that. I can't really track that. He had it on Discord. So, and then he was sharing his screen as well, playing it. So, I don't know. It wasn't terrible though. Okay, 0.1 makes them gone. Why? This is doing my head. Also lower speed. Can do. Let's lower this to 5. Start with low numbers. 1. Oh, it's just far away. Right? Am I on the right instance? Session 1. Here's session 1. You can see the box. It's just like super far away. Yeah, there it is. I don't know why it's so far away though. I don't think it's about dialing the numbers for that. Because it's not coming closer. Is it? No, it's not. You can see the little orange box of where it is. Export should update the remotes when you change the scene. No, something else is off. Set numbers low. Do it. The numbers are set low, Munglo. The problem isn't the numbers. It's looking like the problem is the spacing issue. Drift is 12? No, drift is 1. Drift is currently 1. There's a reason why none of the games use 3D. It's called lazy. But the big reason is the big reason why we want to use the 3D UI is because that's what we've been using. You need to delete everything and start over. That's crazy. That's drift of 0. Yeah, no, it's the position. It's not... Yeah, it really doesn't have to do with these speeds. There's something wrong with our positioning. I don't know what it is yet. Starting position is our local space. Offset plus equals to local. And then we say that local one moves towards a local position. And then local position equals local plus local. That should be fine. The only one's delta movement, but we switch that. .5 game. Nothing. So you can enable one thing at a time, please. Isn't that what we want to enable what things at a time? Set a fixed offset at the start. Okay, so comment out the other ones. Zero, 1, 0. Vector 3 up. Don't start at the whole thing and try to fix it with magic. Test one thing at a time to find the issue. Yeah. No code will fix this. Ironic's been learning too much. It's fundamentally wrongly designed. I'm serious. If it's fundamentally wrong, then there's no fixing it. So we had 2 other ideas. There's this that Black Shift did. That seemed to have worked. Why'd you comment out 29? You told me to comment out offset. Still need 29 though. Oh. Oh, because I was doing the other one. Boom. Oh, set offset at the start and ready. Oh, that's what you're saying. What up, Gucci boy? How you doing? Boom, boom, boom. But if Ironic's saying it's fundamentally flawed, doing good about yourself? Terrible. Absolutely horrible. But thus is life. Why? Because we've been working on this stupid little UI jiggle movement for 5 hours and 18 minutes. And we've just gotten it worse and worse. You know, name one game, any game that has 3D UI. Listen, Ika, I'm gonna teach you an important principle. It's not about comparing yourself to other games. Yeah, but also no Gorb's Ordeal. But it's not about naming other games that do or don't have 3D UI. That's not about it. Like, yeah, you just started out on the very wrong foot. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Comparison is what's the quote? Comparison is the thief of joy. If you're constantly trying to compare yourself to other games, you're not going to achieve greatness. Instead of that, move towards line. So do offset times equals 0.9. Commune with his wisdom again. Indeed. I would play this game. Thanks, Gucci boy. So each update, do offset times 0.9 so it loses every time. Okay. And we do that. Where would we do that? Just at the end of it? (0.1). Comparison is the key to success. That is very, very false. Instead of 29. Instead of 29. Comment out 29. Okay. Boom. And then if you're a joyful while being a loser, that's a problem. No, that's actually a really good sign. And so offset times equals 0.9. There we go. Okay. I would want you to stop worrying about the sub viewport in UI for a second and put the batteries on the player slash or the camera and start with that. I'm going to refactor it. Offset gets 10% smaller each time. Well, isn't this 90%? Oh wait, no. Opposite way. Opposite way. All right, one sec. I need to read what Ika's saying here. Comparison is the key to success. Be like those who are successful. Compare what you're doing today to what they are doing. That's how you grow. Except what they're doing, there's levels to it. There's levels to success and levels to things. For example, if I want to create a studio that is as big as Activision, I'm not going to compare myself to Activision. I'm not going to do the things that Activision's doing because they have a lot more experience and knowledge behind them. So you can't do that. You have to look at where they started. That's one of the big keys. One of the big keys. You can't just jump in at level 12. You got to start off at level 0 and slowly build your way up. And be joyful when you succeed. If you're joyful while you're losing, that's a problem. You should be joyful while you're losing as well, because it means you're making progress. Failure isn't a negative thing. Okay, starting position's gotta be wrong. Yeah, I think so. Getting real weird. Yeah. Failure could be a life lesson. Yep, usually is. So the starting position might be wrong then. Now truly test starting position. So should I remove what we did here with the offset and reset it and then check the starting position stuff? On row 31. If you just redesign your node tree from scratch. I am very tempted with that, for sure. For sure. Very, very tempted. Boom, boom. But that's gonna be an entire ordeal that we don't have that much time for, because I got a crap load I gotta do after stream. Okay. That's the starting position. Oh, your tree's a mess. Huh. If you sleep on your couch and not do anything, should you be joyful and proud of what you're doing? Should you compare yourself to someone who is working out there and doing something productive? I think that's a dangerous game. I think you should strive to be doing productive things and doing stuff, but don't compare yourself to someone who's not at the same level as you. I think that's where things get dangerous. As long as you know that you're working towards something, then I think you should be joyful, even in the moments of loss and in the moments of failure. Instead of the offset, add a vector 3 up times 0.2. It's not even moving. Learn from others by comparing your productivity to theirs. I don't think you can do that either. Do what you can do. Loss doesn't mean loss. Loss or being a loser means not doing anything productive. Loss doesn't mean loss. Loss or being a loser means not doing anything productive. How can you know what you are doing wrong or right if you don't compare yourself to those who are doing the right thing? Yeah, learn from others by comparing your productivity to theirs. The first, so I need to break this down because my brain is actually fried. First sentence, I don't agree with, because again, there's the levels thing. Like, you look at someone who's like working a crazy amount. Pick anyone. You can't just jump in and hit that. That's a skill set you have to slowly work towards to build yourself up to it. Kage Furiku, thank you for the follow-up to the team. You now have access to the beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. But there's levels to it. So for example, when I started streaming, Bacon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. I didn't start streaming 6 hours. I started at 3 hours. And then I moved up to 4, then to 5, and then to 6. Because the goal was to stream for 6 hours. That was the goal. And so I had to work my way up there, and that's what allows and keeps for the consistency. Over a short period of time, yeah, you could just copy and paste someone's productivity and what they're doing, but you're not gonna be able to sustain that over a long period of time. That's what helped me stay so consistent with streaming. I mean, you can pull up how consistent we've been with streaming, and you can just see right then and there. I think you got the right mindset, Camino. Thanks, Bacon. But I do. So that was just the first sentence, though, because I do agree with a lot of what you're saying. So something like do what you can do. I agree. Loss doesn't mean loss. I agree. Loss or being a loser means not doing anything productive. I think you can still lose while doing something productive. I think you can most certainly. For example, you could make a game that you think is a banger. You drop it and it's a complete loss in every single metric. You could get negative reviews, you could lose money, you could lose time. I think it's still a loss. Now, would you say that's not productive, making the game? I think that's productive. I think so. How can you know what you're doing wrong or right if you don't compare yourself to those who are doing it? I think comparison's the wrong word there. I think comparison might be the wrong word. For me with my art, I compare myself to other artists. I saw what I was doing wrong and what they were doing correctly, and that's how I grew up as an artist. I compared myself to my father, what he's doing correctly, what I was doing wrong. That's how I grew up as a human. Interesting. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know if that's literally not what I said. I'm just reading what you said right now. I'm very, very far behind chat, by the way. I'm still behind. Then I compared myself. I read that one. I agree that Ika's first sentence is the opposite of what it should be. Comparison makes you end up having scope creep too early on. Yeah. I probably still count it as a win. You should be proud of what you got something out. True. Even the biggest people make mistakes, though. True. I wouldn't compare everything. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that one. Definitely agree with that one. Boom. But also, at the same time, with everything I'm saying right now, I could be dead wrong. I could be completely dead wrong. This is just opinions talking about opinions here. Boom. But this is just the mindset that has helped me so far. Pulling me out of the depths of attempted suicides, hospitalizations, and all that fun stuff. And that's just what helped me personally. For me, as long as I'm doing the right thing, I don't care about being happy or sad. I think that's dangerous, Ika. I'm just learning about this now. So that's part of it that I'm just learning about now. So far, because that's where I'm at, is like, I don't care about being happy or sad, as long as I just keep pushing forward. But then at the same time, I'm like thinking in the back of my head, is that a fun way to live life? Is it? Because then it goes, we're kind of diving into that, like, that realm of like the ultra sigma grind set, which I'm a big fan of. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of it. But I'm starting to realize over time, it's like, I think you should try to have fun with the things you're doing. But also there's things like this UI that absolutely positively suck and is not fun whatsoever. And you just have to grind through that part for sure. For sure. For sure. Nobody cares about how I feel. Why should I care about it? Well, I think that's a generalization, because I would say I personally care how you feel. I think that's important. Feel good, do good kind of deal. To an extent. First, I think it's not about doing the right thing, but doing it because it simply want to do it in your own way. I think that's dependent. Like, we could take it to an extreme and be like, oh, I wanna drive over every single squirrel in existence. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good at all. I don't believe in fun. That's a wild thing to say. I believe in being grateful and small bursts of happiness via gratefulness. I think gratefulness is huge. Absolutely huge. I think fun is a really good driving mechanism for things. I think so. But saying you're right tends to leave bad taste in the views of others. I could see that too, yeah. You should do what's right, regardless of how you feel. But also, what is right? That's another whole moral quandary, if you will. Like, what's right to one person might be wrong to the other, you know? Regardless of karaoke is always right. You're wrong, Steve. Row 31, we know starting position's fine, and there isn't feedback, current position somewhere. So change 31 back to plus offset. Boom. Okay. Heck. I could say what is right based on truth, not based on what I think. But you guys think I'm a fanatic Christian, so I'll let you code for now. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. It's like, I think it's so, Ika, just to be very clear, I think what you're saying is really interesting. Like, conversations like that I love. My brain is fried right now. Absolutely fried right now. Coming out 28, so we can test the offset. Okay. Which I thought we already did, but I bet 28 wasn't commented out. No, we brought it back. We brought it back. Boom. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, Black Shift. Yeah, you'll never guess what happened since you've been gone. Nothing. No progress. We're just trying to figure out what the heck went wrong. Did a background check recently. Got a lot of gamers I've spoken to prefer fun, quirky games over AAA titles, except ones that hit right, like Helldivers 2, Arc Raiders, and so on. One example is how COD got absolutely butchered. Yeah, I think there's too many CODs. Currently trying basic troubleshooting. Yeah, the basic troubleshooting isn't even working. Because look, the offset's not moving at all. COD is greedy? Yeah. Many streamers' wives said they prefer fun indie games to AAA. I think it depends. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Change to like times 5. Oh, there it goes. For example of a successful indie game, Hytale. Hytale's pretty good. No. Munglo doesn't like Hytale. Offset up to times 5. That's what I did. Bungalow, I think we're just gonna erase everything. Is this the dynamic UI you wanted in the video? It's close. It's the closest. What I want is more of a lerp in between it. Just a slight lerp more, but that's just changing the value of the lerp. Ironic has a cool movement system. Oh yeah, Ironic's cracked. That isn't a sub viewport. No, you can see the oh, it might be, but I don't know. I don't know. So this is from a complete refactor in the way the node tree's set up. If I remember right from what Ironic was saying. I wouldn't have it in a sub viewport. So we'd have to not do a sub viewport. Or working with what you got. Okay. You refused to troubleshoot. I was troubleshooting, Bungalow. I was. It was. Listen, my brain is broken. My brain is actually broken. So, Ironic Aura farmed in the left. Yeah. Yeah. Just test one thing at a time. Honestly, Bungalow, I think I'm gonna have to do the refactor. I think that's gonna have to be the play because this is the closest. There's nothing to test in code, right? Yeah, I don't think there is. Don't get a burnout. No such thing, Gucci boy. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Yeah, he doesn't have the foundation. He needs to redo the whole thing. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. There is the learn how to troubleshoot. I understand the basic principles enough. Enough, but yeah, nah. I think we just it's not worth it. Not worth it. Set it to be ×5. I don't even think it's worth. We're just gonna have to redo everything, Bungalow. I don't think it's worth trying to save it. It can be a control shoot, but stream plus chat doesn't help. I do get distracted pretty easily. I do get distracted. Something else is poking the transform. We are setting a transform somewhere. No, we aren't. Never mind. I've always struggled to start anything Godot. It keeps running wireframe for me, and it's hard to build something simple map and model Japanese themed streetlight in Blender. I'm a uni man. The ads went, Oh shoot, we do have ads playing. I need to stand up because I have not stood up like all day. I think I stood up one time. We're gonna check on the words real quick. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna look into how to refactor this. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back real quick. Boom, boom. Whew. All right. I have returned. Boom, boom. Bam. Words off. All right, let's welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Let us redo this. So, biggest problem is the basics of everything. How it's all laid out. What I'm gonna do is do this. And the first thing we need to do is put the batteries on the player or the camera, and we start with that. That's step one. Yeah. You said it makes it harder to do things? Yeah. Imagine if you redo that in 30 minutes compared to 5 hours and 45. Yeah. Yeah. Scoreboard, child of the player, use the authority to control visibility. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, Kavino. Did you comment on my Godot issue when the ads hit? No, I didn't. I waited. But I already forgot it. It was... I've always struggled to start anything Godot. Keeps rendering wireframes for me. And it's hard to build a simple map than it is to model a Japanese themed streetlight in Blender. I don't know why it's rendering wireframe. That sounds like it's an export issue from Blender to Godot. But I don't quite know what you mean by the it's rendering wireframes. My assumption is in your project settings, there is a Blender enabling thing that you can put on. Might not have that on. Oh, you're making maps directly in Godot. Oh, yeah, no, I don't do that. I think you can use like CSG boxes for your basic stuff. And then from there, you want to bring it into Blender or something along those lines. Yeah, I wouldn't try to make your map directly in Godot. I'd use a 3D modeling software. So I've tracked the scoreboard. Trench broom. What? Track the scoreboard to same position rotation as the player instead of making it a child. Adding it to the player after spawn, then deparent it when removing the player. I mean, wouldn't it just be easiest to parent it to the player though? Because we don't really care about anything else. Maybe I even put it, yeah, because there's the inventory slot. So I just put it in the user interface here. Still does it with imports too. Is the import issue on though? The player is a network spawned object, right? Yes. Yes. But what I can do here is on the objects themselves. So what I'm doing is in the scoreboard, I have the scores, and then the scores are calling an RPC to fill the battery. So I assume I could just do that on the player as well. I wonder if I can make that. Let me try it. A rage bait Kavino. Wait, what are you rage baiting me with? Making what? So it means each player object would have the scoreboard in the game instance. So you want that scoreboard inside the player scene when it spawns. Well, I don't think it would matter, would it? Because then you just set the visibility based off of the authority. And so you just say, hey, you can only see your own. And that's it. That's what I would think. Holy moly, sneezed so hard I threw my headphone out. It matters because multiplayer. Crossing threads is easy. think you want to set it up. So you want to set things up so it's harder to cross things. Wait, what would make it harder? Because the way that Ironic got it working is he just slapped it into here. Like that. And then you're good. And then it just mimics this on a lerp. And all we have to do is when someone scores, I mean, heck, we could even just have a global for the score. And then this just the mesh itself constantly checks what the score is. Could I have a top level scoreboard? Just like one in the level. Set the target to the player. I wonder if that would be a thing. Like are you saying like on the map itself? And then you have it so it goes to the controlling player? A scoreboard instance per player jumping around in the game instance would not just waste memory and CPU. It also means easy to accidentally access the wrong one in code. Let's see. So then the solution of keeping it in the game, like in the map itself, and then we just have it run to the player. Scoreboard doesn't change based on level. I would load it as a game starts up. No, it changes based on like the map. Because we want it to reset. We also need to resize it and all that. So I think ideally, I think it would make sense to keep it in the map. So then that way we can increase it, decrease it, because we are making it so there's going to be different score thresholds, whether it's 3, 6, or 9 or something like that, which means it has to modify the mesh. The most important thing is that it exists in the same space as the player. Yeah. So maybe in the space map, what I do is after we call the spawners, I see that's a match that's round setting rules thing, but sure. It is. But it's like you can pass like we haven't set it up yet, but the thought process is we pass a dictionary or something with all of the map modifiers on it. So then we can determine whether or not we're going to be spawning asteroids or making the asteroids explode or what have you. Not spawning certain items. That kind of stuff. And so that way you just have to pass that one resource over. And then bada bing, bada boom. Yeah. Okay. So what we need to do then is we need to, let's see. Step 1, let me go to, did I wrong postcode? No. Ironic just showed off what that his plan works because he told it. So let me see here. Let me see. What does that have to do with the scoreboard? Not much. Scoreboard would still need to be able to be able to present the rules for the match regardless of level. I just think it's easier to leave the scoreboard in each map. That's all I'm thinking. Because that's what we have right now, is it's in each map. But wait a sec. I think what Ironic ended up doing though is he put it on the player, which what Munglo was saying, which is it would cause for a lot of memory problems. I could see that. I'm not worried about the data sync, like which one's which. That's not an issue at all. Or not one I'm worried about. But the memory part is makes it easy to make mistakes. Yeah, I'm not super worried about that part. I'm more worried about the memory performance problems that might occur from it. Yeah, it'd be wasting performance on a bad thing, right? So then what is the counterpoint? Would be map determines the rules in game. I don't think the scope includes different maps, entirely different game types yet. Yeah, not yet. We don't have that yet. I plan on releasing with one map. Maybe we could make another. It's not necessarily that crazy. I have a new badge. Whoa. Bing bong love. A little peek there. Don't worry. One day, okie dokie, you're gonna get the gravity badge. Yep. I don't know what it's gonna be, but you know, with how great this game is gonna be. Especially considering the networking Godot do have some bugs related to number of clients and how big data dumps happen when everything needs to spawn something. Yes. I think the max amount of players though in this game would be like a 2v2, maybe a 3v3, but that I think 3v3 is kind of pushing it a bit. Yeah. That's it. Not quite, but close. Not quite, but very, very close. But the other problem we're talking about right now is we don't want it on the player. That's the big one we're trying to figure out. Yeah. I think you're right in regards to child to the player, but it should still be on the level. Yeah. I think we put it on the level. But say if you want to support reconnect, then a client connects it, gets a dump of a bunch of data, object 3Ds spawn in. Yeah. Yeah. And we probably should be doing a reconnect, because I don't have that yet. To Twitch link something wrong. Twitch notified me that I received the badge in the inbox. The links to a Salesforce sign-in. That's funny. They shouldn't care about networking at all, purely client side. Right. So I think that's where we're fine with doing this. It's just, how do we determine which player to send it to? Would that be the authority? So in the ready, we just say, if authority, then we send it over there, like attach the target to it. Because we don't need to synchronize it or anything. The only thing we're synchronizing from it would be the actual score. Why would it link there? I don't know. How do you determine which camera to use? Well, that's what I'm talking about, is I would assume we just match the multiplayer authority. It depends, but since the cache arguments for the spawn isn't that big, usually, I think the issue mostly pokes out when there's a lot of clients and a lot of data is cache spawn in the spawn arguments. Yeah. Because it would be exactly the same. Which camera to use? I don't think it would be exactly the same. I don't know what you mean by that, actually. Because if I just do... Yeah, if I just say to get the authority map, and then this is like the host client, and this is the client. 1, 2, 1, 2, then it should go to the proper one on the authority. Also consider when you need a scoreboard. We only need a scoreboard on the map. That's why I'm thinking put it on the map. Whatever logic you use to pick that camera, it also sets the target. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Okay, so we need to remake before scoreboard refactor. At that. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Okay. I do think before we jump into this refactor though, I think we might save that for tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna save the refactor for tomorrow because I got a lot of things I gotta set up for tomorrow. So no closure. Yes. It was one of those days where we just, oh dear God. We messed up big time. So alrighty folks, we are calling it here today. Tomorrow, huge day tomorrow. We got a huge announcement, massive announcement, dare I say. Massive announcement tomorrow. That's why I gotta go, because I gotta go prepare for it. And then we also got a refactor tomorrow. Big announcement, big refactor. Big announcement, big refactor, all tomorrow. So I'll catch all of you tomorrow. Spam the emotes if you got them. Happy Singles Awareness Day to you as well, Ika. I will catch you all tomorrow. Adios. Woo, I've got a local dating event to go to. Apparently, barely anyone's going. Oh. Oh. We just raid out. We just raid out. Don't respond to it. We just raid out. That's rough. That's rough. I didn't even open his Twitch. I just kind of raided him. He is live. Okay, we're good. Holy moly. All right, YouTube. Kick. Specifically Flashco. Adios. Have a great one. Boom.